It's my pleasure to see you again. Yesterday we had a great panel on discussion of standards and also the cooperation of railway departments as part of the TRASECO who are interested to integrate those CEPAC to UN. And today's session will be dedicated to the best practices of the port communication, interoperability, as well as the exchange of data. I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Nika Bikauer, General Secretary of the International Association of Systems Port Communications. They have a huge contribution. I'd like to remind you, a person who is started working at this association, Richard. Unfortunately, he passed away, but he was a really huge contribution around the back of this contribution. But this association had a huge contribution with the countries on the port communication, especially the Eastern European countries. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Mika.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I will.
For sure.
Yeah, I will share my
I think
screen.
there's still like a online communication. There's Jean. He didn't make a speech yesterday. Yeah. After Nika, he will be making a speech, I think. Then after Fedor, we'll hear the Fedor afterwards. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Just for the so I'm from the 1st of May. I'm the new Secretary General of IPCSA. I just wanted to emphasize that, of course, we will continue the good relations that we have with the UNECE and their standards. Just a bit about IPCSA first. We're not just another association, but actually we're a community of communities. We have 50 members globally, and it's important to emphasize that we're not only covering the classic PCS operators and the port community system operators, but we're also open for maritime single window operators and also for seaports, seaport authorities, and airport authorities. Just a quick glimpse of our members at this moment. As you can see, they're spread globally, but of course we will also further look and research for new members in the regions where we not have coverage or not that much coverage yet, just to have a more global balance. Also, an overview of the relations that we have with the different regional and global associations and organizations. Of course, we have the relations with UNECE, with UNECE, and also with UNCTAD at the UN side. Also, strong relationship with the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, World Economic Forum, and also within several commissions of the European Union. We also associate with WCO, ISO, and also with the development banks, not only the World Bank, but also Inter-American Development Bank and the Asian Development Bank. When we talk about the benefits of a PCS, here are some figures about some of our members. And it's clear that when you set up a PCS, that the digitalization of services is beneficial for the whole supply chain in a port or a port community. This is one example of the reduction of container dwell times, but we have some other benefits in other services and other cargo types as well. Now, how does IPCSA promote these UNECE standards? One of our groups within IPCSA is Protect, which is a port message design group, where port communities and port authorities all together engage in the global used international standard message for declaring of dangerous goods to the relevant authorities. And so that's the IFT-DGN message. We created that message about 30 years ago. So the UNECE FACT standards, they are really into the core and the heart of all our members of the PCSs that are member of IPCSA. Protect also implemented this international standard messages, Berman and WASIS for the bird management and the waste disposal. Also, most of actually all of our PCS members also are implementing the global container messages implemented by the SNDG, so Codeco, Kowari, and so on. At this moment, IPCSA is leading two of the projects within UNECE FACT. That's the project on the IMO FAL compendium, where the data sets that are coming out of the expert group on data harmonization within the IMO are mapped into the MMT model of UNECE FACT. And also on the revision of the IFT-DGN, we're not only revising the current message version, but we also want to see how we can develop API-based message for the IFT-DGN. And we're also discussing with some global partners and stakeholders on the extension, not only within the message, the usage of the message itself, but also looking to the business processes if we can do some optimizing there. Also, we are reaching out to the DCSA and the Digital Container Shipping Association, who also develop standards which are based on UNECE FACT. And we are looking now together with DCSA how we can promote these standards as well within amongst our members and within the port community systems. Next to that, we are also extending the use and implementation of the IFT messages, which are also important, of course, for the inland and the hinterland stakeholders, like the barge and the rail operators and everybody involved in rail and barge business processes. Next to that, we, as IPCSA, we facilitate a neutral, global, and scalable solution among PCSs and single windows, which is called the Network of Trusted Networks, so short NOTN, with which we actually want to share and exchange data port to port, PCS to PCS, related to cross-border data exchange, and also to simplify the associated administrative and technical solutions. I will not go through the details of all these principles, but these are the key principles of a robust and modern data sharing platform that we are using these days. And all these principles are implemented in the Network of Trusted Network. Yeah, if we can picture it as simple as possible, we actually took all together the things that we all know. We use a catalog of standards. It's a bit like, and the second picture shows, it's a bit like using your mobile device. You go to an app store and then you select the apps that you want to use. In the same way, we I think this went a bit too fast. Sorry for that. We actually take all the services that we offer within the NOTN, and then PCSs can select which of these services they want to know, and then they can implement that API and select which other connected ports or port community systems they want to exchange the data with. These are some of the APIs that we are now offering at the moment. Mainly, that's the port call for port calls between different ports. You can ask for the estimated and actual arrivals and departures. and also an API on the cargo status, including customs clearance and terminal gate in, gate outs, and so on. So the proposition that we can do for a multimodal trade corridor is we can extend that MOTN easily with other APIs for cross-border trade. We can reach out to the Caspian and the Black Sea region for that. We can add consignment node APIs, which is, like I said, the NOTN is easily extensible, can be easily extended with other APIs. We can also look into the hinterland, mainly rail. I guess that's for track and trace APIs, can also be added to the NOTN, as long as we have connected parties who are interested to exchange that data with each other. So via the NOTN, we can connect these relevant port environments. So it doesn't have to be only maritime. It can be inland ports, but dry ports as well, rail ports, let's say, for this, as long as it's a mutual exchange of cross-border information on the status of cargo. The NOTN has an easy setup in their implementation. Normally, in a few days' time.
Грузов. Обычно все это занимает несколько дней.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Sorry, it was interpreter on the bad channel.
Okay. Sorry for that. So yeah, it's like I said, the NOTN is quite easy to set up. A good programmer, a good technician, in a few days' time, he can make the connection. And okay, yeah, development of APIs is also these days not that difficult and not that time consuming. So there's a low threshold to connect onto the platform. We all use proven technology with secure APIs. So it's actually a short lead time towards the piloting phase, let's say. So we're always open for that towards the region. And I think that's it's as an overview. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, господин ДКР, за интересную презентацию.
Thank you, Mr.
Can you hear now? If you have questions, you can ask the question now. If not, Sandeep Jan is already online. He will have the next presentation. General Director of PPR 35. He represents Odessa port community. Mr. Fyodorov is the from Ukraine. He also headed the YP 30 of the UN. He is the expert of the UN, and he is taking an active part in the constructing of information systems in Ukraine. Please, Mr. Fyodorov, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Do you hear me?
Да, слышно прекрасно.
Yeah, thanks. So after your presentation, me, I
После
have my
вашей
hands
презентации
trembling. Yeah.
у меня трясутся руки.
It's very interesting.
Очень
So,
интересно. Таким образом,
as it was said, I'm just a CEO on PPL 3335 for the time being. And I hope that yesterday's presentations were not so sophisticated to some extent, but they were practical and theoretical. And every time I look at this presentation, especially our best specialist in this field of activities as Michael Dill and as well as Hugh Roberts. So every time I just remind myself, just look in the roots of all the processes, look at the roots and standards that we have to get the best when you work on the fields. Because we know that practice and theory just go foot by foot, head by head. Sometimes theory are ahead of practices, but in most cases, practices give some theoretical views on the ground, and we develop our systems, and everything is developing in this way. I'll try to give you a story. Somebody tells that this is a success story. Somebody says that this is a fairy tale. But nevertheless, I will not take much time to show what we have in Ukraine, in Odessa, for the recent at least 12, 13 years. And I will start my presentation. This is, you see in the red, building success pod community system on the transit economy's own resources, as it is stated in the agenda of our seminar. And we call it a single window local solution project, implementation at the seaports of Ukraine. It'll be a short story of nowadays. So to have the background, well, in the early 2011, according to the recommendations of the first international seminar, the concept of single window and integration of modes of transport in the facilitation of trade in the territory of the European area, and with the aim to promote implementation of strategic location of Ukraine as transit country along with the economic integration into the European community, and the usage of increased factor of trade facilitation and automation in the world, it was a decision, common decision, to make development of the pilot project on implementation of single window principle. And what we have for the time being, the pod community information system we have in Odessa. It will be implementation, building blocks, integrated information protection system. So what is it? Well, in the previous presentation, Nika already mentioned about the pod community system in general definition. And I would like to say about pod community information system that in Odessa, it is designed to integrate all participants in the transport and cargo processes at the seaport into a single information space with the ability to provide and to access information used in the technological seaport processes using organizational and technical tools to protect confidential information, with the objective to minimize paperwork in technological operations at the seaport, optimize technological processes, and reduce the time for each operation by providing all participants in the transportation and cargo process with timely, correct, and legitimate information. Well, so, and the pod community system and public-private partnership. The model was chosen like that service delivery to a trading community who is willing and can pay for the service as it saves them operational costs, is good means of generating a revenue stream that forms the basis for operation and maintenance. What does it mean? That those who chooses to use pod community information system shall pay for the services provided to cut or to reduce their costs they used to pay before, and to cut time frame for all operations connected to cargo clearance within the port, not only the customs. And the rationale for using PPP as a way of financing project that otherwise would be unaffordable to the public partner, leveraging private sector innovation and technology, yielding the whole life cost savings, and allow government ministries to focus on their core mission. So very, very good. It sounds well. And implementation steps. The basis is public-private partnership as a model by which governments and the private sector works together in a long-term relationship to deliver important public services. And of course, the work done on this basis to make next steps, it was assessment and formalization of obstacles related to customs clearance on containers at seaports, selection of the main international instruments to address the problems. And we have chosen UNECE recommendations number 33, 35, 34, 35 at the initial stage. And right now we know that we have recommendation 36 and 37 closely related to the previous. And this is, so to say, the family of single window recommendations that are closely interconnected, and implementation and realization of port community information system, as well as single window principles, regardless of the nature. This is trade single window or custom single window or maritime single window. The core principles and bases are laid down in these basic UNECE recommendations, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. And of course, we would never make or build port community information system in Odessa without the support of providing organizational support for single window were International Port Community System Association for the time being, and of course, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and our long-standing friend and the guide, Mr. Mario Apostolov, that was at the first international seminar until for all these years to 14th seminar. Do you think that this is Baku seminar? No, this is just like Eurovision that was held in Liverpool. The same, this is Odessa 14th international seminar, international Odessa seminar that is being held in Baku, and we are grateful to our Azerbaijan partners and to Azerbaijan, the government of Azerbaijan and authorities of Azerbaijan to host this 14th seminar, and that give us the opportunity to speak and to share our views, our opinions, and our experiences. And of course, the last stage, it was implementation of the project within the resources available. This is very, very essential and very interesting question, because you have seen the beginning within the resources of the economy, but here we see only the private investments. Everyone was eager to have port community information system, but nobody wanted to invest money because it was risky for the time as well as for the time being, and only one investor invested money. It was Plasky company, and so the project started. The building blocks of port community information system. This is legislation, harmonization, business processes, and techniques. I will not intend to stop over each of these columns, you just have time to look through, and you will have this presentation.
Alexander,
the
sorry,
Yep.
you don't show so we have presentation, but you don't change slides in our presentation that you share.
Oh, goodness gracious. I just have it. It is changing, and you do not
Alexander,
have.
is it possible that you are sharing your first screen and you are changing slides on the second?
Yeah, no. Oh.
Well, we thought that it
Okay,
is
could
supposed to
we-
be so.
What is right now on the screen?
We see your PowerPoint and the first slide.
Only the first slide.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll try once again. I'll try once again to start presentation. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see.
Yeah. Do you have two screens?
What do you see right now?
No, we don't.
No, you
see.
do not see.
We see nothing. Right?
Just a second, just a
Сейчас
second.
поменяют, я понял, поменяют картинку.
I'll try to.
Универсал пока.
If I understood correctly, we will change the picture.
A copy of your presentation.
Is it okay right now?
We see the same screen, Alexander.
And
Yes.
try to change the slides.
You see?
Yes, but the first one.
Only the first one. What's going on?
Alexander, do you have two screens on your computer?
No.
Yeah, now
well,
it's okay.
and now we see.
You
it
see?
properly.
You see right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Да, сейчас видно прекрасно. Только
Oh.
пролистать надо.
Yeah, you see.
Now it's
Not the
visible,
proper
but
thing.
you need to.
Okay.
But you need to scroll.
Yeah, I'll scroll it. I'll scroll it. Obligatory. Pod community. Okay. So there were initial stages and slides. Pod community. So where we know there, the steps, this pyramid. Then PCI building blocks. This is where I was a little bit interrupted due to my, it was my fault. Okay. So legislation, harmonization, business processes and techniques. And of course, we see legislation, and we should keep in mind not only domestic legislation, but international and international agreements to fit it into international models. And of course, whatever in each column you see directories, documents, and so on and so forth. So the next. And of course, the system has integrated information protection system that has been approved by the State Service of Special Communications and Information of Ukraine. And it is, we are proud of that we have such documents, because not all, even governmental agencies has the same certificates in full scope of these certificates as we do, even for the time being, and it was prolonged the previous year. So we have PCI partners, the community. This is called Pod Community Information System. We have more than 1,300 organizations linked to this Pod Community System, and 2,200 users all over the Pod Community and different agencies. You see it here. I will not just read it out, because you see it now, the Pod Community System that is linked. And of course, it is necessary to stress on the integration of Pod Community Information System stakeholders, because the basic information exchange has been in between business community. This is pod operators, agents, freight forwarders, carriers, weight bridges. This is interesting, weight bridges as a business community. And Pod Community System linked to Ukrainian Seaport Authority, Ukrainian Railways, as well as to all regulatory bodies. And I would like to underline that we have a special linkage to the customs, via the dedicated server. And of course, we have been on the first stages of the development of container targeted system implemented in the custom service. And of course, it is being connected, and information exchange has been done via the pod community information system module within the customs or relevant information exchange. Sorry, again. Well, just a hint. In the UNECE report in 2017, the project was recognized as one of the most promising projects aimed at simplifying international trade procedures. In the year 2018, Fight Corruption Prize was awarded us within the UN Global Compact Network. In January 2019, just would like to underline it, that IMO file included in Ukraine as an example of maritime single window. And the single window local solution project took third place and was awarded a certificate in the anti-corruption nomination in the International Chamber of Commerce European region contest. And well, some noting of International Association of Ports and Harbors with the World Bank presented a report where port community system developed in Odessa was also mentioned on the same pages as the port community systems of Singapore, Germany, Great Britain, Netherlands, Belgium. So all this port community system are the members of IPSA, International Port Community System Association. So it's our proud. And the most relevant services in quarantine conditions, well, you see the 2 years of quarantine and now disaster and this awful war that we have already for the second year, also made some changes to the development and to operation that have been provided to the business community within the Ukrainian seaports. So maritime agents and regulatory authorities, freight forwarders and customs, freight forwarders as well as marine agents on the container point of view, and freight forwarders, Port of Odessa, as well as carriers, road carriers, I mean, as well as railways and to Port of Odessa. So just I will not spend a lot of time for these slides. You will see and you understand that we have notification to the port and to control agencies, and then it is all necessary information and documents are being queued in and submitted via electronic system to all these agencies, and response, almost immediate response. And the same services as remote submission of requests, orders, and receipt of customs assessment results of these documents. We see the parties, clearance parties, forwarders, customs, port operators, weight bridges, port authority, and well as carriers, and documents that being submitted. You just can also read it. This is order request for loading on the truck when it is being exported or imported to Ukraine, approval for loading on the vehicle and assignment of control measures, weighing summaries on the weight bridges, and markup for blocking the clearance, this special markup for control services and agencies in the case of emergency or something else. Submitting requests and receiving customs assessment results before, as it was before, you see. Freight forwarder just prepared documents, and then in the crowd went somewhere to anti-smuggling union within the customs, get approval for loading of the vehicle after that, and then freight forwarder went to the truck driver went to the gate. And as we see today, freight forwarder just submitting documents in electronic way and obtains the message, what to do further, and the result, and the commands, what to do next. And it was like that before the freight forwarder and driver were queuing at the gates to port operator to queue in or to find some documents related to the consignment they have to take. And then all these long queues and ways in between offices located in different parts of the seaport. Well, getting a vehicle entry pass to the port. Just freight forwarder when it's ready with the consignment to be picked up at the port, just makes automatic online mode special pass to the gate of the port, and via Telegram the truck driver obtains this QR code and is connected to the gate entrance and freely can just move into the port to the designated place to pick up their consignment. Well, the benefits of implementing port community information system. This is streamlining acceleration, reduced paperwork, 24/7 filing. So this is the system works around the clock. Availability to receive the outcome of the process within the grounds for the assignment of control forms electronically, as well as elimination of contacts between freight forwarder and customs officer at the stage. Not only the customs officer, but all control agencies. Processing of documents by customs via electronic queue. This is transparency. Identification of the document's author and legitimate record of the date and time of each stage for all inquiries or all arguments or argues they have against each other. Port community information system. Achievements, innovations, major advantages, international recognition of the project. Well, the system has been deployed via all 13 seaports of Ukraine. Nowadays, not all these ports, but only 3 of the ports that are dealing with the grain initiative. The rest of the ports are inoperable for the time being due to this war that Russian invaders launched against Ukraine. At the gate, we see as an interaction, it was from port community information system via API integration via Telegram, the truck driver. Well, it was very essential, especially within the COVID period. And even right now, no need to queue somewhere at the office to obtain paper pass. Just on their device, they have already the pass to enter. So I'd like to just say a few words that we have blockchain interaction in between also the port community information system in Israeli, and it was a success. It was within and on the basis of International Port Community System Association project about blockchain and about interaction between different port community systems and the traders. It was a success. It is operable and operational. The advantages, of course, this is legitimate recording and we talked about it. The public technology for consistency in the handling of requests from stakeholders by public authorities. Minimization of human factor in the cargo and vessel clearance process, reduction of duplication of information in different information systems. So this is one of the most crucial things, reduction and as we can say, multiple usage of the same information that already have been keyed in from initial stage. Once you just key in, and multiple usage of this information that already being keyed in. So this amount of time, amount of money saved, and of course, mistakes. No mistakes once you just made it in electronic form. So there is no need to requeue the same fields in different documents, in piles of documents. Well, the use of port community information system saves ship owners 70 to 90 million a year per vessel. For road carriers, nearly 22 million US dollars per year. And of course, reduction for 3 to 5 hours, the time required to prepare and submit necessary documents and to the regulatory authorities, as it was before. After implementation, the average time between the vessel berthing and initiation of cargo operations was reduced by more than 10 times, from 10 hours to 15 minutes. After the berthing and the processes before the free practice has been implemented, it took more than 3 or 4 hours just to wait to berth. As a result of using Port Community Information System, the maritime business saves more than $200 million per year only in Ukraine. So, of course, moving outside the port, we did think about the interoperability and all the process of supply chain. So we have been active participants of the so-called ETTN. This is transliteration, but this is houseway bill for road transport in Ukraine. Road consignment note for international transportation ECMR, as well as cooperation within the UNECE and data model adaptation for Ukraine process. And it was and it is a success for the time being. And for further, we see our possible place and role of Port Community Information System on Ukraine in the nearest future, based on the UNECE multimodal reference data model and the EFTR regulation. You see on just in the middle on the right hand on company system. So this is to be checked, to be authorized, and to be one of the stakeholders of the information exchange within the EFTR environment. So we see such kind of future sometime, someday. And of course, we were working very, very tough and closely on the example of export documents recognition. So just to prepare the just to make some kind of interchange between NCTS even system, the different types of documents. So this is very essential, and for the time being, not only for Ukraine, but for the rest of the world and European countries as well. So we provide business analysis. We participate in the analysis and development of requirements at legislative level. We participate in the analysis and development of requirements at legislative level, not only domestic, but international. And about software development and maintenance, also we develop and operate and all these interface modules within the systems between different stakeholders on the level of system to system. And of course, data center setup and operations. We have data center to work round the clock all the year. And of course, technical support as call center, and of course, technical support for integration processes for different new modules and for questions and answers that they have during the process of operating the system and the system exchange between the systems. Well, the technological platforms that we use, you can see on this slide. And at the international level, this is the participation in the activities of the international and intergovernmental organization, associations, partners, and Partnership for Sustainability Award 2018. So these our partners and our activities within the international community. Association and partners of our company, just you can see, this is Platske, IPSCA, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, ICC. Then, not to have such a kind of fairy tale, just for the time being, how Port Community System information and related systems fit together in the year of 2023. So we have different types of single windows and pod community system, as already Uwe, as it was told before. We have transport legislation, and we have at the left hand corner maritime single window. And the basis for this is European regulation as well as FAL. Transport operational procedures within the port is based on the port community system that is operational, and trade legislation that is the basis for trade or custom single window. So we have from maritime shoulder, from port to port, this is maritime single window. Within the port, all the processes, operational processes and transport processes, this is Port Community Services Authority. And trade custom or custom single window, this is clearance of goods that have already arrived from outside of the world to Ukraine and being processed within the port. So very good chain from maritime to customs and to free circulation of the consignments and goods on the territory of Ukraine, the best chain. But for the time being, due to war, port community information system is not operable. We do not work, we do not process not a single document, regardless that we have grains exported from Ukraine. And of course, maritime single window that it was proclaimed in 2019, it was also the part of port community system, and it was made for Ukrainian port authorities free of charge. It is also not operational for the time being. Well, we have only a custom single window in operations right now, but they suffer some problems, of course, because all these habitual linkages and information flows have been reduced, and a lot of things are being made by hand. So challenges to port community information system and to trade facilitation efforts today. Is it the lack of political will to make changes? Lack of trust between the private and public sectors? Lack of means to assess and ensure compliance of reforms? Inadequate coordination between governmental agencies? Or difficulties to meet the requirements of international standards? Or the integrity? This is the question for all of us, and for those who is intended to make port community system or to develop private business on the private investments for the time being. So the picture that we have as for today, as it was some 10 or 12 years ago, when the freight forwarder, you see, with a stock and pile of papers are running across the seaport with these papers, and of course, to streamline their processes, everyone is trying to pay to be out of queue and to be out of order. So let's hope for the best that everything will change in the nearest future. So, and momentum towards progress or resilience. Questions to be addressed for the time being, for all, for everybody, and for me, for the first time. Progress in achieving what should be? What is needed to be done? How shall progress be measured? And how to build this momentum for the time being? Thank you very much, my dear friends. Thank you very much, audience, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if you have any questions, I'm ready to give my responses. Or we have some time to assess the presentation and further to connect. We are open to communication. We are open to speak. Thank you very much. The silence.
Very interesting presentation. In principle, we talk about the developments in Ukraine. Ukrainian government understands the non-standards collections back in 2010. It was the country of high risk for the customs procedures, and the government had the order number 451, where they defined coordination of the authorities and the business commercial organizations, and these procedures. We had a look at the presentation of Mr. Fyodorov. This is a systems processing of data and the coordination, formation of the electronic data. And this is a good example for that. If there will be a system of data exchange on the Black and Caspian Sea, though this is a good example, so there should not be no other efforts. So you can use this platform to organize this transmission of data, as well as the public control on the systems. So in order to, there's one subject in the appointed by the Ukrainian government, which is a public agreement, and there's it was joined by the other agencies, as well as law enforcement agencies, as well as about 1,000 subjects use the system before they've been using before the military aggression of the Russian Federation, after the Russian Federation aggressions, and it was impossible to pass the containers through. So it's in the sleeping mode. The system is in the sleeping mode, and the authorities has assessed this successful example. And now there's another order. There could be different systems on equal rights. They can have access. Therefore, Ukraine, as the head of the Ukrainian delegation, as I said, Ukraine is open to share this technology and to apply this technology. So I'd like to thank taking the opportunity, Mr. Proport methodologically helped us to in this junk. So we recommendation number 4, we actually implemented it there and looked at this document, and this is the facilitation trade agency was established. And there's also monitoring systems in Ukraine. There's a national committee on the facilitation of trade, which is coordinates all the interested parties in order to have an agreement on the procedures of trade. And thank you very much. Do you have any questions to Mr. Fyodorov? If no questions, I'd like to thank again. I'd like to go back to the Mr. Sandeep Jan on economic issues. If you're ready, then you can take the floor. Mr. Sandeep Jan.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning. Is it my voice clear?
For sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So very good morning and very good afternoon from Thailand, distinguished meeting participants. I was supposed to speak yesterday, but congratulations to all of you. You accomplished a memorandum to do the pilot application. So carrying forward a little bit, my presentation will be brief. I just want to thank UNECE and the organizers, particularly the Azerbaijan authorities, for inviting ASCAP and giving us this forum to share our thoughts and our work on electronic information exchange. Indeed, our work on electronic information exchange is really deep. And before I delve into it, I will just give you a background as to why we are here and what we do. So the basic of ASCAP's involvement comes in the railway transport from this network. I hope it can make sense to you. It is a railway lines across Asia and Pacifics, which has been formalized through an intergovernmental agreement on Trans-Asian Railway Network. So you can see the railway networks of different countries joined together to form an integrated and pan-Asian railway network. So this was formalized, supported by UNECE. And currently, of course, it entered into agreement in 2009. It has 21 contracting parties. Many of the countries which are overlapping jurisdiction between ECE are part of this agreement. So what is important to recall that there is a working group under this agreement, which meets after every 2 years to discuss the emerging issues, not only on the implementation of the agreement, but also harnessing the opportunities which are coming in the way of international railway transport. We already had 7 meetings, and the 8th meeting is going to take place later this year in September. And the issue of electronic information exchange has gotten an increasing attention among the member countries during the working group deliberations. So very quickly, I want to give you a snapshot of what we have been doing with regard to electronic information exchange. There was a ASCAP resolution of 71/7, which you can definitely Google and find out, which focused on operational connectivity of our network. So while infrastructure has deficiencies, there are missing links which are countries are building with the support of developing partners. But whatever network can be made operational, the operational connectivity faces the biggest hurdle. And in that, it was, and we did some further work in one of the projects, and we figured out that electronic information exchange among the stakeholders is key to efficient rail border crossing processes. As many of you might know that the freight trains moving from Asia to Europe have grown exponentially from just number in 2-digit at the beginning of last decade, that is 20s. The number is now more than almost 12,000. It's in 5-digit. Now, there has been some breakage of the growth momentum, but it continues to grow, and it has been established. The railway transport has established itself as a viable and alternate mean of transportation between 2 continents. And that is what has been reflected in our intergovernmental meetings. Even prior to pandemic, we started talking about electronic information exchange among the railway to railway and control authorities. And so in December of 21, the member countries of ASCAP adopted a new regional action program. The digitalization of transport is one of the key thematic areas. So we are pushing in all ways the digitalization of all means of transport. So we have presently under consideration a new annex to the Intergovernmental Agreement on Trans-Asian Railway Network, which is precisely to encourage electronic information exchange among railways and control agencies. So this was presented at the last working group meeting in 21 and got a unanimous support from all the member countries. The idea of this annex, which will be considered for finalization at the upcoming meeting, is to harmonize various practices. You know, as I was mentioning earlier also, trains no longer run on national networks. They are increasingly going not only bilateral, they are going actually in regional and international. So when they traverses through range of border crossings, they encounter different formalities and different ways of working, which is not good for the international railway transportation, because then you reduce the reliability of the international trains. So therefore, the stakeholders have to come together to ensure that the rail movement is smooth and we are able to deliver intercontinental transportation in a much more effective manner. So we have gotten a heightened requests from our member countries. As late as in the last committee meeting, we got a recommendation to develop a regional strategy on accelerating rail digital transformation. And we have been actually doing a lot of work with our stakeholders to encourage and to promote electronic information exchange, their understanding. And on your screen, you can see one of the works which we did with our very strong partner, the Organization for Cooperation Between the Railways, OSJD. There is this publication which is online and the link is given below. This is on digitalization next step for future international railway traffic. So briefly, what this is the outline of this, but what this, and I will not go in the interest of time in details, but what this publication alludes to is the fact that electronic information exchange or digital exchange of information can open the room for enormous simplification of the processes at the border crossings. And some of them are mentioned here. You can use new technologies which are coming up more and more in the railway transportation, and you can collect information while the train is moving, share with the stakeholders, not only customs, but other border agencies increasingly would need that information. You can implement joint controls. You don't need to have separate controls at the border crossing, one for one country and one for country B. You can actually try, and this electronic information exchange will help you to deal with it. Electronic pre-arrival intimation is now well accepted within customs regulations also. So it will facilitate that. Not only your neighboring countries knows in advance what train and what goods are coming, but across the corridor, you can have information as to what is coming. So you can do and plan well ahead in advance. Then the electronic interface between railways and border agencies, particularly customs, is very important because the information contained in many of the railway documents, particularly consignment note, is what the customs are more interested in. In many countries, and there is also in the International Harmonization Convention, Annex 9, there is already a provision to have consignment note, rail consignment note as a customs transit declaration. And also, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to stop as won't take much time. Yeah, so as I was mentioning that we are now working on a regional strategy to accelerate rail digital transformation. And it has a lot of things, but I haven't gone into them. What is I wanted to look to you is one of the priority areas is a digital rail border crossing. And look what we have there. So we are working on a suitable modality to harmonize digital information exchange practices. We want to encourage the interfaces because, you know, rail traditionally has two legal regimes underpinning information exchange. You have OSJD systems, you have SIM systems. So have an interface like common SIM consignment note, the pilot application of which you are doing. So another thing which we have, and that answers my question of my presentation, undertake pilot application of digital exchange of information such as electronic consignment note. And also we are working on a digitally enabled transit system for rail transportation. So I think this is the message I wanted to give to this distinguished audience today, that we are completely on board together with ECE, Trasica, and we are trying to ensure that ASCAP plays its meaningful role. We will not drill too much down, but we will create a policy framework. We will tell countries where there are gaps, where the information exchange is going in a way it shouldn't, because long distance corridors, you cannot have full understanding if you don't see rail as a part of the system. For example, now there is a Lao PDR, China rail has come. Many of the traffic from ASEAN countries would land into Trasica corridors. So for them to understand what is happening, it is very important for countries to have full understanding of the network. So I thank you. I again want to thank particularly Mario and his team, and of course, Trasica Secretariat for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Благодарю, господин Сандип Джайн. за прекрасную презентацию и публикацию, которую продемонстрировали, созданную в сотрудничестве с Организацией сотрудничества железных дорог. Действительно, много сделано полезно.
Yesterday, 4 out of 5 countries are actually ESCAP members. And we hope that in the future we'll have expansion of the routes that we will do such similar testing. And we hope to continue this cooperation with ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrei. If no questions, I'd like to thank the presenter. I would like to pass to the next presentation. We have 2 more presenters. We have Mr. Zakaria Vakilov and Marco Politi. He presents Baku Port and the company DBA Group SPA. And the topic will be standards of UN standards and multimodal functional interoperability in the digital corridors. Thank you very much. Mr. Zakaria, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? And do you see also my presentation on the screen? Okay, now let me find out how to share this. Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you a little bit together with my colleague and friend Zakaria Valikov from the port of Baku, what we did over time. We started in 2017 regarding habilitating the digitalization of the port of Baku through a set of modules and systems, software modules and systems that we developed over time. The page is not going down. Now it is. Just a few words about DBA Group. DBA Group is a company based in Italy. We are listed on the stock exchange, and we are basically providing architecture, engineering, and project management services, as well as IT solutions that in some way are related with the infrastructures that we design. So we design ports, and we provide to port authorities, port community systems, and to terminal operators, terminal operating end systems, as well as maritime single windows to the agency dealing with the maritime sector. In last year, we had a revenue stream of 95 million euros, are more than 900 people now, and present in eight countries. The countries where we are present are these. And I would like to use this slide about the countries where we are present, which are in blue, and the countries where we are operating, which are in darker gray, to highlight that we started our expansion from Italy towards east, recognizing in Azerbaijan and Baku specifically a key importance from a strategic and geographical point of view on what today is called the middle corridor, which is witnessing, unfortunately, due to the situation in Ukraine, witnessing a heavy increase of traffic along the middle corridor, the so-called middle corridor, diverting goods that previously were transiting through Russia. So this is the same map, but reporting the ports where we have provided engineering services or some sort of software application. As I said, mainly the software applications that we provide are port community systems, maritime single windows, and the terminal operating systems. We are present in Baku, and we are going to tell you a little bit more about the system we developed for Baku. But we also recently completed the development of the national port community system for Bulgaria, which is positioning us in two key points of the transport networks going from China to Europe. The system that we developed for the port of Baku is not only a port community system, we call it PMIS, Port Management Information System, because it has, of course, a port community system module, but it is complemented by several either accessories like a billing system or a port operation control room, as well as several types of terminal operating systems, mainly dedicated to ro-ro traffic. Both wagons, as some of you may know, are uploaded on the vessels. I mean railway wagons. Or vehicles, typically trucks, as well as general cargo and bulk cargo transiting through the port. Zakaria, my friend Zakaria, was involved quite heavily in the development of the port system from the point of view of the port. So I would like to hand over the floor to him to tell us a little bit more in detail what the port community system module is doing and which functions they are absolving. Then we will tell you also a little bit about the integration of the port community system with other systems. Zakaria, if you want to take over, I don't know, I don't see you, so I don't know where you are. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Giving me the chance to be here and to present the information on behalf of Port of Baku. So as Marco Politi has mentioned, the BA Group has developed a port management information system for Port of Baku, and it has several dedicated modules, each serving a dedicated purpose for handling cargo, tracking cargo, and at the heart of the port management information system is the PCS, the port community system, which is organized to connect different parties which all share the community of the port, such as clients, railway operators, customs committee, other ports operating within the Caspian Sea region and far from it as well. So just to give a brief description of what the port community system allows Port of Baku to do is, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So it has several submodules. Each submodule is dedicated for the registration of data for specific entity. These entities are means of transportation, such as vessels, rails, vehicles, as well as cargo carried by this means of transport or brought and taken from the port by the means of transport, such as general cargo, ro-ro cargo, manifested by the vehicles, different types of vehicles, railway, wagons, containerized cargo, break bulk cargo, dry cargo, liquid cargo. So the port community system, all the separate modules are operating in a standardized structure, meaning there are three main steps of the logic within the system. The first step is the registration of the announcements for the upcoming cargo, which is expected to arrive at the port in future. Then, upon registration of the data, all there are creating the new entries within the announcement list, which can be entered, modified based on the required logic, as well as saved and confirmed. Upon the confirmation, the data is transmitted towards the visit lists, where each piece of cargo or each piece of transportation can be tracked on a real-time basis based on the statuses and additional data and changes within the state of the entity itself. So,
Zach, tell me when I have to switch.
Yeah,
the
can you
slide.
go to the next slide, please? So
Yes.
this is the vessel module allows for the registration of vessel announcements, then for the tracking of the state of the vessel. So all the chronology of the vessel vessel visit events are tracked, registered, stored for further historical purposes. All the additional services applied for the vessel, like fuel provision, all of them are also registered. The system allows for the tracking of the scheduling, the berthing data, each unloading or loading of cargo for the vessel. Can you go to the next slide, please? So for the rail, and the same logic applies. The creation of the rail announcement and associated cargo in the form of containers or general cargo, then confirmation of the announcements, which creates a visit list, which is then sent towards the dedicated terminal operational system, the TOS module. In this case of railway transportation, it can be general cargo if the Reagan is carrying general cargo or comes to pick up the general cargo or containers, or ro-ro cargo if the vessel's purpose is to be loaded towards the ferry vessels to be transported to Kazakhstan or Turkmenistan. Next slide, please. The same logic for the vehicle registration, so the vehicle announcement, the associated cargo carried by the vehicles or picked up by the vehicles upon their arrival to the port from the territory of the port, and then further transportation by the road, and the tracking of the statuses for each entity representing each type of vehicle registered within the system. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, the main purpose of building the port community system was to minimize the human registration, the human manual input into the system, because the main idea was to connect with external parties such as clients, customers, freight forwarders, or other ports to receive the data to be stored in a point of single entry within the port community system, and their further subsequent transmission based on the dedicated logic. So we have already integrated with several institutions and parties, such as Customs Committee, Azerbaijan Railways operator, as well as the port of Aktau from Kazakhstan. I will give brief information for each of the integrations that we have achieved, as well as the integration that we have envisaged for the future, and we have already started working on to build with other external stakeholders and parties. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, starting with the integration with Azerbaijan Customs Committee, the integration works in the following way. The data upon the passing of the vehicles, the railway vehicles from Georgia, Georgian border with Azerbaijan, the post of the Customs Committee is registering data and then electronically transmitting it to our system in port of Baku, which upon passing the data validation and data control schemas based on the XML structure is ending up as a vehicle announcement in our system, which would then confirm upon the arrival of the vehicle and handle the cargo associated with the vehicle. Next slide, please. The same logic applies for the integration that we have achieved already with Azerbaijan Railways operator. So the Azerbaijan Railways operator is sending us data electronically about the wagons and the associated cargo carried by the wagons. This cargo can be containerized cargo, general cargo like break bulk, and dry cargo, as well as ro-ro cargo. The wagons are transmitted from Azerbaijan Railways operator in the form of JSON structure, passing the data validation and data control schemas, ends up as a rail announcement and associated cargo announcement in our system of Port of Baku. Next slide, please. These are the integrations that we have envisaged with other ports of the Caspian region, such as Port of Kurik, Port of Aktau from Kazakhstan, as well as Port of Turkmenbashi from Turkmenistan. The plan was to integrate and to transmit data electronically through machine-to-machine integration of our PCS with PCS of other ports to transmit data for vessel announcements, associated cargo announcements, all kinds of cargo announcements like ro-ro, containerized, and general cargo, vehicle announcements, wagon announcements, even passengers and crew members within the vessels. Next slide, please. From the mentioned integrations, we have already achieved the first phase of integration with Port of Aktau. As of now, we are exchanging data electronically with Port of Aktau. The data exchange with Port of Aktau as of now covers data for containerized cargo, for vessel announcements, and cargoes in the form of containers for now. In the future, we're planning to add other pieces of cargo and other pieces of data carried by the vessels and to transmit with Port of Aktau, as well as we have already started collaborating. Several years ago, we started collaborating with ports of Turkmenbashi from Turkmenistan. We have expressed our willingness to provide necessary pieces of information to support and to make the progress of integration faster. So we have shared the XSD schemas and the data validation and control structures with Port of Turkmenbashi to build the same kind of analogous integration that we have already achieved with Port of Aktau. So we are currently working on it, and hopefully in future we will be able to achieve the same kind of integration with Port of Turkmenbashi and in future with Port of Kurik as well from Kazakhstan. In terms of adhering to UN standards and protocols, we have built the system in a way to minimize the human error so that the pieces of data, operational data registered within the system are based on the standardized code lists, which are based on the recommendations from UN, like low code for example, for transport, means of transportation, for locations, for ports, for passengers, for even packaging of cargo, all adhering to the UN's recognized standard protocols so that the amount of human error is minimized on one hand, and on the other hand, we can easily integrate with other ports that are using the same kind of protocols and procedures and code lists to map the data easily. So I'd like to pass the floor now to Marco to continue.
Yes, thank you, Zach. As said, we are applying some of the 6 recommendations by UN, both in the code list, in the trade facilitation recommendations, and we use standard protocols, data exchange protocols like XSD or JSON with Azerbaijani Railways and XSD with the other parties. I would like to spend just a few words on the TITR logistic corridor, which of course you are all aware of, to suggest, I think it is a common objective of all the countries and all the players involved, to suggest a further digitalization and integration on this route. This route is not a simple route from the logistic point of view, because it is multimodal, of course, train, trucks, and vessels. So you have several interchange points. The first interchange point is in Korgos, where because of the gauge, different gauge systems, the goods are transferred from the Chinese train to the Kazakh or former CIS countries based gauge. Then you arrive in Aktau or Kurik, and you have to upload the goods on the ship, and so forth and so on. So it's multimodal. It is a multi-country and hence multi-language, and there are a lot of borders that you are crossing. So you have to deal with different border police institutions for the passengers and the crew members especially, and you have to deal with a different type of customs. So an electronic integration based on standardized protocols of communication and data exchange is fundamental to increase the competitiveness of this route. This route is competitive in comparison to the route, to the sea route passing passing through Suez Channel, is competitive from the point of view of the time. But the theoretical time, which is 11-15 days for some goods to reach from China, Europe, is hindered by several crossings that are taking time. So this is totally wasted time that could make this route even more competitive. And as the colleague from BPL 3335 said, if you reduce the transit time, if you reduce the effort to produce a lot of paper, you save a lot of money. Of course, there are barriers to this, and they are, of course, physical barriers. I already mentioned them. But they are also non-physical barriers because you are crossing several states, countries, and customs. So a first idea on how to foster the integration between the ports of the Caspian Sea and in future the ports of the Black Sea, which are the two seas that the goods have to transit, to cross to along the path, is to allow the port community systems of the different ports, Aktau, Baku, Turkmenbashi, and other Caspian ports in the future, to speak directly among them and exchange information. But this would be limiting the data exchange only to the ports. So a more comprehensive approach would be, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, would be to set up a centralized digital platform integrating the different stakeholders of this route, which are not only the ports, of course, the railways, the truck companies, from the point of view of the operations, are critical players along this route, and exporters, importers, forwarders, customs entities, and so on, are another part of the route. So, in my opinion, the necessity of a wider digital single window that is accepting, receiving, exchanging information with all the stakeholders along this route is a key factor to achieve the objective that I was mentioning previously of accelerating and reducing the cost of transporting a container or any other goods from China to Europe. So this concludes my presentation. I am, of course, available for any type of questions, and I will share this presentation through the organizers, which again, I thank for allowing us to speak in this seminar. Thank you.
Благодарим господ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marco Politi, for a great presentation. And if we can look at the Ukrainian approach, was on the question of only the facilitation of trade, but also the processing of data and state control on the border. Ukraine has an objective to fight corruption and to make it more transparent. And in the first stage, of course, we have this result already. If we are talking about the port communities, we have ports, of course, working on this, and the presentation of by Baku representatives is comprehensive solution objectives of facilitation of trade and creating conditions for facilitation of trade. And this is also the management of infrastructure of ports. So these are two different models and they demonstrate success. This is the most important, it's trust to the system. I have a question, economical question. What about the access of users to the system? I'm talking about the facilitation to the trade of the system of the, is it the port community systems, is it fee-based or is it free access? How do you enable the users?
The users are given a username and a password to access the port community system. So freight forwarders, shipping agent, or whomever needs to retrieve information or upload information from the developed system is receiving a username and password to access the system. So in particular, of course, the single freight forwarder will see a partitioned view of what is going on the port, which is related to his cargo. So the access is given for free. The port of Baku is managing the port, so it is both a port authority and a terminal operator. So all the terminals in the port of Baku are managed directly to the port. So we don't have the necessity to integrate into the PCS terminal operating systems belonging to third parties, because we developed the entire system since the port of Baku is operational. But in other ports, of course, there is a usually electronic integration between the systems that are used by the terminal operators into the port community system, exchanging continuously data. So access to the system is depending on which port you are in and who needs to access the system. But yes, through standard web authorization, you can have access for anyone into the system. Then depending on his privileges, he can see and do different things on the system.
Thank you. One more question. I didn't see yeah. Mr. Mario, I'd like to thank you, regional consultant, for the which is they do a monitoring of changes in different countries, and of course they will be changing their comments. And also one of the important documents is the recommendations of the UN. There's a second recommendations underway. I would recommend all the participants who are developing the system pay attention to that recommendation and to take part in the actual adoption. Mark, Apostol, please, the floor is yours.
I agree with your comments on certain of the global ideas. Like, first of all, historically, this corridor, call it Traseka, Silk Road, or the Middle Corridor, has not been efficient in terms of, not in terms of time, but in terms of money and processing. Because there are a lot of borders, a lot of like change of modes of transport, road, rail, sea, road, rail, sea, and then again land transport. In all these changes of regimes, they create hurdles that make the corridor inefficient, so that according to data of UNECE, for many years, 98, 99% of trade was done by between East Asia and Europe was done by sea, and only 1-2% done by land, and especially via Russia. So now this corridor, which was basically servicing the countries in the region, is acquiring enormous importance. I agree with this analysis. Yesterday there were some different figures, but probably some things are changing now. Another point I would like to say that I agree is not to limit the exchange of data to the port community systems. There is, and we have been talking about it yesterday and today, the holistic approach to the corridor. We have a mandate from the ministers of the SPECA countries, like Central Asia plus Azerbaijan, to work on a roadmap on how to do this kind of digital transformation of information exchange, multimodal information exchange, not the whole organization of the trains, trucks, vessels, etc., but the information exchange. And we would like to look exactly at the point that was mentioned by Mr. Platonov. You listed, and we are very happy that you listed many of the recommendations, trade facilitation recommendations of UNECE. And it's a very interesting point that Mr. Platonov noted, recommendation 2. Recommendation 1 is how a trade or transport document should look like and what the codes are. Well, recommendation 2, the new version of, historically it was coding in those documents, to use the same coding. Now it makes reference to the by ship pay reference data model. And that's the idea that we would like to discuss. Like yesterday we were talking about using the multimodal transport reference data model, which is a subset of the overall by ship pay reference data model, but use these reference data models as the basis for data exchange. And Mr. Nico de Coer, who just spoke, who is the Secretary General of the International Port Community Systems Association, we have discussed with him that is the idea, that is the lingua franca we were talking about yesterday, like the common language for IT that can be used. So in that sense, if there is a kind of uninterrupted, seamless flow of the data from Europe to China by land, with all the countries, Ukraine, Turkey included, that's the idea, to use the multimodal transport reference data model with the underlining semantic standards which were developed for, I think, 30 years now, the core components library, the UN Trade Data Elements Directory. And just to finish, this is why we've always been eager to invite you and discuss how this how this concept of using the global data definitions, global data standards can be used in building a corridor. Yesterday, we focused in the first session on using some best practice examples, and there were two presentations on the European Union's electronic freight transport information regulation. That concept, including the use of the multimodal transport reference data model and building institutional support for it in terms of platforms, that is something that might be quite positive for this region. Thank you.
Спасибо, Марио. Есть еще?
Thank you, Mario. Any other people would like to comment?
From the European Union point of view, there was a decision to reuse the global standard of customs for the customs single window and the customs affairs, and to use the UNECE MMT for transport platforms. That means we have now a complete mapping for all European ports within the maritime single window environment. And I could show this a bit. Second, and this is based on this UNECE stuff. Second, we have the FT regulation. All data requirements in the current phase are described by using the UNECE standard. Therefore, it's quite obvious that once the EU is committed to use global standards, we would like to see that they are reused in other regions as well. It's an investment. It took a lot of time and money, and we had to submit many change requests to UNECE in order to enrich these standards. Therefore, my question would be towards the Port of Baku authorities and also to the work that you've done, whether you could see that there is an interest in comparing the EU maritime single window data, not only the FT data, with what you are doing by using this MMT thing. It's technically not so difficult. In case I can work with this stuff here, let me see. Yeah. Just as an example for those who are on Zoom, this is the not yet released maritime single window data set. And this is one of the pages where you can see which member state of the EU is requesting which piece of information. Just Marco, this is because of you. You mentioned Bulgaria, and then I immediately checked what are the additional data or the specific data of this country within the European maritime single window environment. So, yeah, this is just one of the views. We could go through it in a special session. This is too much for this audience for the moment. But this website is clearly shows the strong commitment of the EU Commission to the use of international standards with respect to transport. And that's why my plea, please, could you find a way to see whether what we have done in the European Union is similar or is overlapping with what you are doing in order to prepare the ground for a complete seamless interoperability. Because the stuff that has been shown on the former screen for the transports going somewhere in Central Asia down to Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. These are the same data. Semantically, these are the same data. So this would be my proposal. And I think that everybody could take advantage. It took us a lot of time to do this. Yeah, it was not easy to identify what the member states wanted. Then we have the language issue. All these data needs to be expressed in the national languages, and we have more than you. So thank you. Maybe there's a response.
Спасибо, Майкл. Я думаю, что
Michael. I think the recommendations will be formulated, maybe recommendations from this seminar, and also a question of building the capacity of the staff, as well as the building. There's some good practice to do during the seminars. Probably we'll be looking at that opportunity. And another comment, Kazim Samado, please. Good day. Thank you for that presentation. You can see a slide where the integration with the customs authorities of Azerbaijan. Yes, there's such integration, but this is not on that level, desired level. At this point, maybe 10% of what we actually looking for. So are you looking for the opportunities for the integration with the customs? Actually, we are looking for the opportunities for deeper integration. The land rates through Georgia, which is bound to Port Baku. This is integrated with the customs systems, but the freight from Kazakhstan, from the Caspian Sea, which destined to Baku, Port Baku. Do you have any opportunities? Can we integrate this system along the standards of UNECE FACT? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't understand if this is a question. What I mean is, we are a software company, so we are keen to develop integration and software applications with whomever and among whomever. So the integration today with Azerbaijani custom, I agree, is just limited to the exchange of some information. And it would be a very good idea to integrate more with the Azerbaijani custom. Regarding the integration with the Kazakh customs, I think it's preferable if the port community system of Aktau or Kurik is integrating with the Kazakh customs and is then transmitting to the port of Baku the relevant information or documentation instead of doing an integration, but maybe I misunderstood the proposal, between the port community system of Baku with the Kazakh customs. So in my opinion, in order to foster a real integration, the national entities, railways, customs, ports, border police, phytosanitary, and so on, should be integrated in the national port community system of a certain country, and then transmit this information to other port community systems. But this is my view. I don't know. I think there have been some audio problems, or did you get my response?
прекрасно слышали. Спасибо, господин.
Yes, we heard your response. Thank you very much. I'd like to actually, the position of the Azerbaijani customs is that in order to transmit data from one subject to another, and the data which is on the documents is the actually the intellectual property. So therefore, there's some UNECE permission over freight order. So in Ukraine, actually, this virtual have found a solution because all the systems, the state agencies that are, they're shut down for each other. So it's virtual exchange of data between these agencies. It's a protected system. And this is also deterrence, also the probably model a little bit not understandable in your case. In the Ukrainian model, in one of the ports, we have 15 terminals. And they're actually servicing different clients. And we have a virtual solution when expeditor, freight forwarder, she has the right to transmit this data. So we have an agreement with the customs and the railway. So it's based on an agreement on the data exchange. So, and this system works, actually it worked before the war, before the aggression of the Russian Federation between Georgian and Ukrainian, or it really works. So freight forwarder exchanged the data from Ukraine to Georgia, and verification question was not there because the customs Ukraine and the Georgian customs, they had their own actual responsibilities for their own freight forwarders. But there are two approaches. First approach is political will. There has to be the government has to support the facilitation and the transparency of the system. And the second question is about the will of the subjects, or the consumers. Consumers, are they happy with this system? Is it convenient for them? Because this is something that actually port community needs to solve it. And those countries that have port communities, or could be actually local association of port communities who could perceive it, the demand, and they would decide whether there is such demand or not, because sometimes government agencies wants to do good, but it actually turns out to be not very good for business. And all of these instruments, they have to be built on the rules and legislation and the good practice. In fact, UN developed 47 recommendations. If you actually visit their website, it describes everything for every case for coding. And when Crimea was occupied, Ukraine had the problem because the ports were closed. Then low code systems were actually functioning. Codes of ports and airports were shut down. And for the world, it didn't actually exist. So you couldn't actually arrive there, and you couldn't do any commercial business there. Of course, the Baku is very good. They are putting efforts into it. But if you really want to create good communication with other countries, then you need to think of the community of Caspian ports, where all the stakeholders shall have a common approach, maybe in the framework of this agreement of Traseka, where they talk about the railway communication between Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Azerbaijan, where it's clearly shown, you can see the data exchange. Then, in that case, you need to adopt CEFACT, UN CEFACT, and you can actually also share your own experience. For example, recommendation 33, 34, 35, This is about the single window, and some new recommendation, 36, 37 recommendation. They talk about two different things. There were actually questions about it. How exchange between the government, the data, and how to exchange data between the private sector and the government. There's a serious problem whenever if there's a good solution, and sometimes the government doesn't allow them on equal rights, and the other one actually when the government creates some kind of branches and say this is the play of the market, and unfortunately they have to work. The government thinks they are secure by creating this brand. This is something that needs to be solved. Traseka representative actually talked about this. It's very important to have proper discussion with stakeholders, because market pays for everything. If market doesn't pay, the government wouldn't have any earnings. So therefore, if anyone would like to comment, do you have any questions? Because we're going to have a coffee break now. Mr. Nakhmadov will make a speech after the coffee break. If you have any questions to the presenter. If no questions, I would like to thank you all. Break in for coffee. We have your contacts. Will be with great pleasure. We'll be sharing this subject with you. We'll see you after. In this program, there's some changes in the program. I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Ilhan Akhmudov, European North International Organization of ICAO. And the topic, possibility of using standards, CFAC, the UN in pilot projects for air freight. Please, Mr. Nakhmadov, the floor is yours.
Dear Chairman.
Miss Roberts.
Thank you, dear Chairman, and dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation to participate in this event. For us in ICAO, we consider it's an important regional, sub-regional initiative leading to multi-modal transport digitalization. And I will try to explain in my presentation why from the international civil aviation Can we put, yes, thank you. Bu işlemler burada.
Окажите, пожалуйста, помощь.
The convention sets out the main principles that govern the international framework of regulations to support the global operation of civil aviation. As far as the topic of this discussion today is concerned, you can see on the slide a reference to the Montreal Convention of 1999, which is ICAO-led international treaty. And by this treaty, it is already permitted since 1999 to use paperless documents for all cargo and passenger-related travel documents, provided that records are preserved of this document. Oradan next yarım köşede. Next. Hello. So, so our mission and role by Chicago Convention, we are overseeing the development of international standards and recommended practices in all domains affecting civil aviation, including safety, security, facilitation, environment, and economic factors are also included in this international framework. Based on this international framework, states are able to develop their national regulations. So there are about 12,000 plus standards that are currently developed by ICAO. And based on this harmonized, global harmonized set of regulations, civil aviation is capable to operate globally. It is very important for civil aviation because without this globally harmonized international framework, operations of aircraft are impossible. Unlike from other modes of transport, aircraft and flight crew in a single flight can traverse through multiple states, through their sovereign airspace, high seas airspace, and wherever they fly, they have to comply with national regulations in force when we're talking about national sovereign airspace. Next slide, please. So civil aviation was steadily growing since its start in the last century. There were, of course, the impacts from different crisis events in the past, military conflicts, economic crisis. Economic crisis, also pre-COVID-19 pandemic, close calls we had in the last 2 decades, but nothing, of course, comparable to COVID-19 impact, which was really unprecedented. It grounded to halt the whole civil aviation sector, as well as the whole world, basically. In the contrast to these air cargo flights, here's like a air cargo flights were really surging during the COVID-19 crisis. We had, in fact, situation when there were not enough cargo aircraft to respond to all demand in air cargo. We had to repurpose passenger aircraft to be able to meet the request. So basically, the whole economy of the world during the COVID crisis, especially in the first phases, was depending on air cargo. Especially for humanitarian operations, for evacuation, for transportation of medical supplies, for transportation of vaccine. I'm not sure if it will move to the next slide. Yes, let's move to the next slide. That's magic. So yeah, it was a big crisis affecting aviation, but like any crisis, it represents challenges, but also it represents opportunities. One of such opportunities was the subject of digitalization, because COVID-19 basically reinforced the need for further digitalization. It showed that in a situation like this, we need to move to contactless documentation, basically. So that was a lesson learned, and there was a work within ICAO. There was a special task force under the ICAO Council that developed from the first day of COVID-19 crisis a set of recommendations for states to implement, states and industry, and one of them was related to the broader digitalization of aviation information systems that you can see on the screen. So air cargo from this perspective is, of course, part of the multimodal transport system. It presents it has some specificities and advantages due to the nature of business. It allows a longer distance, fast and reliable transport, and mostly for, let's say, high value goods. And during the COVID, we in fact had this classical example that really demonstrated the advantages of multimodal transport digitalization when we had to transport first by air between air cargo hubs vaccine around the world, and on the incoming and outgoing ends of each hub, there was a ground element to that. So based on the discussions within ICAO, we started to reinforce our collaboration with our sister UN agencies, but also with industry. So we had a declaration that has been signed among UN agencies. So this is the declaration on the screen. Basically, you're probably aware about that. Support further digitalization of trade and custom procedure using global United Nations standards and to ensure fast and secure exchange of data and information. As a result of this work, now the UN CFAC package of standards includes the 3 essential air cargo related documents, which is airway bill, dangerous goods declaration, and consignment security declaration. So okay. So we see this work as laying the foundation for future work. Why? First of all, it aligns for us with the public health measures and the concept of public health corridors that arisen from the work during the COVID-19 crisis. But the same foundation can be used in the future for any possible emergency contingency situation. And we are sure that there will be future pandemics. It's a question of when, not a question of if. There could be other emergency situations. For example, we had experience in the past with nuclear events, and this possibility always exists, so we have to be prepared. So we are now laying down foundation for preparedness to such future contingencies. Another benefit for aviation is, of course, increased safety, mainly because dangerous goods information, it's made aware at earlier stages. And secondly, increased security of air operations because of earlier availability of information, which allows faster pre-clearance. And lastly, it also increases efficiency through reducing delays at interfaces, basically. So I'm really struggling with technology today. So partnerships is very important for us to move forward. And to that end, we really appreciate discussions here, especially the session, I think it's session number 4 on partnerships and collaboration. And it's important to have this partnership between UN organizations, but also with industry. And from civil aviation perspective, for us, we have basically those 4 critical organizations on the screen that represent airspace, air carriers, and airspace users. International Air Transport Association, Association of Air Carriers, TIACA, and also International Freight Forwarders Association. Next steps. So we really see that the foundation is there. The next step is to move forward with pilot projects. And we are here to declare our full support for this collaboration in those pilot projects. From our side, the contribution could be to bring together a joint view, joint position of civil aviation authorities, civil aviation industry, and organizations. And through this collaboration, we would be able to develop multimodal digital transport corridors using the benefits of longer distance air connectivity that civil aviation would be offering to this multimodal transport solution, facilitate new transport routes, and expand the geographical scope of applicability of those international standards, and also collaborate through existing channels and existing standards. I really appreciated comments made yesterday by our colleagues presenting EFTI project, and the comment made that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Really, there are solutions available, we need to implement them. Next slide, I just wanted to exemplify the concept that I'm presenting here, the multimodal solution and the benefit that air cargo domain can bring into this. This slide is provided courtesy to one large air cargo operator, which is located here in the host country for this event in Azerbaijan, Silkway Aviation. This is an interactive map. You can see the latest version on their website. What you see on the slide is just a snapshot that was made when the presentation was prepared, just to show you the connectivity and possibilities provided by this air cargo hub, from Baku to other destinations, and how this can be linked into the ground infrastructure and other modes of transport. And finally, we would like to use this opportunity to invite closer collaboration with aviation stakeholders as part of your future initiatives. Give consideration to participation in pilot implementations and share experience. And also what we see as important to make sure that the legal framework in each and every state is conducive to digital transport and trade. So that completes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Большое
And this is very important that, of course, you're most of the challenges. We have all the facts, and we have recommendation number 44. It's for the measures on the facilitation of transborder procedures during force majeure. And your contribution would be very important to share with the CEFAT. Do you have any questions, Mr. Nakhmadov? Do you have any comments? Maria Apostolov, no? Thank you.
The dangerous goods declarations in the 5 modes of transport. So thank you very much to ICAO for initiating that work. And it's very important, well, my colleagues, Michael Deal and Sue Probert can confirm that, I hope, that it's extremely important that data in the 5 modal dangerous goods declarations are harmonized so that the data can flow seamlessly. Otherwise, it's an unnecessary impediment for the security of cargo. And the third document was this consignment security declaration, a typical air document. Thanks for that initiative. Now we are looking forward together for implementation projects. Sue Probert wants to take the floor.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. Oops, I've got to take this off. I'd just like to clarify one thing that our colleague Mario just mentioned. It was mentioned yesterday that the use of the multimodal framework reference data models is not to replace any of the specific modal documents. So when we say that we have covered the airway bill, we do not mean that we are replacing in any way the IATA airway bill. What we're saying is that the contents of the airway bill from a semantic point of view have been mapped to the reference data model, and the results of that have been published. And that is true for all of the, I think we're up to 50 different subsets for different transport modes that we've already published as mapped to the reference data models. And it's the mapping to the reference data models that enables us all to share data. I do have one comment to your presentation, which was a wonderful presentation, but just a comment. I remember when the shipping lines announced the new DCSA initiative. One of the key things they said in their first ever presentation was that they were initiating a movement towards better digitalization in the container maritime industry because the air industry had already done so much digitalization. And I did notice this morning that one of your slides actually said that you felt that you were behind in the air cargo industry. So I think it may be that everyone is behind and that we really need to work together in partnership to find out why it is that digitalization hasn't taken off in the last 20 years as fast as we may have imagined. And I think I was talking earlier to a colleague here about lessons learned. And maybe this is an opportunity to work together. So I don't think anyone's got it all right, but we've all got parts of the jigsaw between us. And if we put it together, maybe we can make great progress. But thank you for the presentation.
Олег Исакович, позвольте мне
Джейсон.
ответить на ее комментарий. Thing that you have always been saying, like why didn't digitalization take off the way it needed? And you were the one who was citing to me GS1 data that about what 85% of electronic information exchange for trade and transport is done by EDIFACT. And you yesterday, when you did this quick survey guided by Mr. Goran Andreev, who is using what? Well, Georgia uses for railways EDIFACT, SMGS you said. Azerbaijan uses EDIFACT. Other countries, well, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan were mentioning they use EDIFACT. Why is EDIFACT so much used, even if it's before the era of internet? Because there is a global standard. There is no standard apart from what we are talking about now, these reference data models, for the internet exchange of information. If there is a standard, it will take off.
Спасибо.
Aviation community was systemized and they've been transformed digitally in their technologies and processes, but they have problem with communications with national authorities when it comes to integration. Because in Ukrainian example, I can tell you, unfortunately, when it comes to the landing on the air, everything is solved. But when it comes to the from freight forwarder to the handing over to the ground handling companies, there's some problems, but I don't know what's the situation in other countries, but it would be great if in your recommendation, of course, you can recommend national authorities to speed up the integration of this data that I just was talking about. We have a next presenter, very interesting, Mr. Iqbal Babayev. He's a big expert in terms of the digital transformation. We actually work in the Guam, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. We work together, and I believe that the presentation will talk about the new approaches on the application of the UN CEPAT standards. And this presentation, Pavel Pesnoy will add to this presentation. Again, please, the floor is yours.
Then I would like to thank to organizers for this event in Baku. It is very important as you know, is very important in today's globalization. And that is why we are meeting here today to find solutions to our common problems in such as in transports and customs clearance and interaction between different agencies, and see where we are going and what is expecting us in the future. And so now, with your permission, I want to start my presentation, but with my friend from Israel, Pavel Pesnoy, and we prepare all presentation in English, but we would like to speak in Russian because we have a joint presentation. Thank you very much for your understanding, for your support.
Dear friends, dear guests, my presentation will talk about some of the problems and some of the and about the approach of UNECE effect standards and tools in the middle corridor to and facilitate trade as well. And first of all, I'd like to say, just in short, mission UNECE effect is to have transparency, effectiveness of processes for global business, and purpose is to facilitate national and international transactions. And interaction here could be international trade transaction process. And of course, this is all done under the framework, under standards or UN CFAT, under the single window concept. And our main area of activity is facilitation of trade and electronic in e-business. Main idea here is to have to facilitate electronic business, trade, and support activities dedicated to improving the ability of business, trade, and administrative organizations from developing and transitional economies to exchange products and relevant services effectively. As you can see from this slide, in the middle, for attention, we have B2B. Main ideology is actually based on this. So the other thing kind of built around, or the custom business, government to business. I always separate the customs and government. It's not from political, but from process point of view. And business to customs, business to government, and as you can see from this slide, all business to business. Everything that we can see in the future, we have to see it on the base of it. But we have to understand that without the government, we cannot do anything. The government has to support business to business. Only then we will have a real work. If we try to do something without any government to apply any standards, this can be like utopia. This is just in short, what are some of the strategies on trade facilitation. This is international trade transaction, elimination of barriers to trade, trade security developments, and trade facilitation issues in the WTO and capacity building programs. And these are the strategy and the main strategy. These are the elements of this e-business strategy, cross-sectoral analysis, business processes, information and modeling, new technologies, international standards, and disseminating good results for other purposes. I'd also like to, unfortunately, I couldn't actually put it together. This slide, this is for another audience, for Central Asian audience. I was there as an expert. So I'd like to show you how we are actually proceeding. What is the business process? Now imagine there's a truck is proceeding from one country and to another country with the transit corridor. First of all, exporter inquires a broker company in order to draft the export document. In some countries it should not be a case, but in most countries it is the case. Then all these documents have to be given to a driver of logistic company, and logistic company takes it and leaves the country. And that document is for exit from the country, and then the goods are exported. Then they arrive in another country as a transit. Again, they have to submit the document to a broker company, and the broker company makes a transit declaration, collects all these fees and all the other collections, and then submits it. And then the truck again enters and exits the country. Again, they have to ask a broker company, and then broker company has to do it again in every country. So this is what you see. This is actually being repeated every time, and every time they have to enter and exit country, this process is repeated. Recently, I was living in Ukraine, Azerbaijan. Between Romania and Turkey, between Ukraine and Romania, Turkey, Georgia, 15-20 kilometers queues. These are containers. And so how can we talk about trade facilitation? I actually talked to drivers, and actually between Slovakia and Ukraine, the 25 kilometers long queue. I passed to the other side. As an expert, I asked the Slovakian side, why? What's the problem? And coordinator border management said we have to limit 100 countries, and it's a risky country. We cannot allow more. But this is for Europe. I said these are the goods for Europe, not for Ukraine. Ukraine, they are just using actually, but this was before the war. And after the war, the same situation. So that means whatever we're talking about standards, but these standards are not influencing international trade. These are facts. This is not a philosophy. You can see with your own eyes. Therefore, let's actually think about how to facilitate this work. I talked with all the drivers, logistic companies, and all of them complain, and they say the process is very slow. Of course, globalization is taking place all over the world. There's some good tendencies in this, which is good, but how do we make impact on the whole? On one side, we shall ensure safety and security. On the other side, we have to we have to open up for trade. So there's a dilemma between the left and the right hand. If you're very strictly controlling, then you're killing trade. But if you're opening up trade, then you're putting your security at risk. But which methods, which standards shall apply in order to have both, in order to have this balance? I'm not saying 15 kilometers, just 1 kilometer a queue would be okay, would be acceptable. One of the questions, Oleg Isakov, which we actually thought it together, version and Azerbaijan, we proposed a version B2B. That means a company agrees with another country company, broker to broker, and takes all the responsibilities. And then at the end of the month, of course, they can then calculate then there's a or for example a broker company in Ukraine, all the process for that freight is then could be for Azerbaijan, could be Ukraine. So then you show your barcode, you show your ID code, and then the risk management is working. They know all the payments are made, and then through the green corridor it proceeds. That's the method we can cut down or shorten the queue. But many times, actually, several times we tried to do this, but every country has its own interests. Therefore, you need a political will, and from the other side, you need again, you need to apply standards. Could be UNECE fact, these are good standards, but they shall be applicable. When it comes to, we are also developing a methodology or project management methodology for all these projects. We're actually looking into this question in 5 directions. First, data harmonization. Actually means document harmonization, which is very important. UNECE focuses lots of attention to it. And the second, business process management. I think it's more than important. It's more important than anything else, because all problems are around this. In former Soviet countries, they are geographically located in a way, and all this world trade actually depends on this country. So they play an important role in transit corridor. But unfortunately, now in these former countries, they didn't have in their life for the 70 years, they never had customs. They didn't have any understanding business process. Therefore, we're young countries, we're only 30 years old. We created hybrid system just to defend your own country, just to protect your own, but we never thought of trade. But now we are understanding that everything depends on the economy. Let's trade. How do you combine? How do you exchange that information? But yesterday we had a presenter, Kazım. We made it with Ukraine. We had a very good system. It was a system of exchange of information. It was actually pre-declaration. As you know, they have a mirror statistics. Mirror statistics cannot be 0 to 0. For example, in the US, in China, 90 billion export does not correspond to import. It's never equal, but we are the only country with Ukraine. We are equal, but export declaration, we have both. We have territorial problems. We have uncontrolled territories from Donetsk, from Lugansk, from Karabakh. So we actually stopped it in just as part of the Guam. So if there's no export declaration, we're not doing customs values question was also solved. Again, everything depends which method you're applying, which approach you're applying. Business process needs the facilitation. We have old, complicated business process in all these countries. This is why it complicates our life. Number 3 is digitalization and non-paper technology. It's one of the important questions, IT infrastructure. Where do you keep your data? Which country will keep this data? No country will allow it. I'm not going to give my data to you, but how do you actually create this cloud? How do you create this system? We're talking about the electronic signature, but there's some countries. Are there any countries that will be responsible for all these e-signatures? There are so many questions. And my colleague talked about it. This ICAO colleague said that the international cooperation, it's capacity building of very serious issues that needs to be tackled. This is how I imagine the pipeline. Well, these are some of the parts of the elements where we are collecting this data, we are putting it in the pipeline. So there's a pipeline. We are providing with data first and second type of data, but it has to be on a voluntarily basis. No one can force the other party in order to develop a trade. We have to create a pipeline, but the users have to use it. Users have to manage it. Users, those who are providing services. As providers, for example, a broker provides some services, and logistic company uses that services. So they throw your data. They say, I'm traveling from Kazakhstan through Azerbaijan to Turkey, but so we need UNECE standard. They have to help with data harmonization, document harmonization. So on Georgian or Kazakh or Azerbaijani border, there shall not be any questions. We're also ensuring delivery. And, it gives us analytical possibilities with data pipeline. In principle, data pipeline tools, I'd like to talk about this one, but there are a lot of instruments in order to achieve our goal. We have package tools, real time, we have open source proprietary, we have cloud-based technology, a lot of IT solutions. But I think my colleague from Israel, he can tell you more on this, which are some of the solutions, how he sees it. Israel is an advanced country in the development of technologies, IT, and from on the other side, they see it. They don't see it as a fantasy. They see it with real eyes. I'm passing the floor to my friend. Thank you very much.
I understand that this harmonization is important if we want to bring this country together and to bring businesses together in the trade flow. And we understand that there are some best practices, and we already heard from other countries what kind of achievements they made so far. And we have to focus on the best practices that are available, because each of us is a driver of change, and any new practice experience is a contribution to change between business to business, business to government, and we as individuals, we are the agencies of this change. And so the more we do, the better we do, the more it depends, you know, on our best practices, and we always look forward to future, and the future is already here. So we look at Ukraine and we try to apply it to the automobile transport, and this is the form that brings together the participants, the players of the market. It depends on the expediters and the traders and suppliers and insurers, and it also brings together these players with the government, because without customs procedures, we can't really if we do these things only between business to businesses, then if the government doesn't approve it, then we won't be successful overall. And therefore, we are offering to apply these procedures of a quick cross-border activities between the transport companies. So it's very important to simplify procedures to make sure that they can cross the borders very quickly. And there are some countries who are ready to do that. If within the countries there is no digital system, it will be difficult for that country to apply this international systems. Well, unfortunately, many of the systems are still on paper, and therefore it creates a lot of obstacles for us to implement these digital systems. And well, tomorrow comes very quickly, and I don't know how the things are in other countries, but in Ukraine, in Israel, and countries like that, things change really very fast. And if government has got the vision of implementing these changes, then you know, they sooner or later they do these things. It's important to have this vision. And so we have applied new things like, you know, issuing new things to the space, and we will have you know, the trailers that will work without the drivers. We will have this kind of technologies. So and this is going to be the issue of the government, how the government is going to regulate these procedures of custom clearance, and there are transit corridors, and how we will work with those countries that are based on these transit corridors. And so when there comes this time of using these trucks without drivers, and then China and Singapore and other countries, Korea, and will be the ones who will be issuing these trucks and cars very quickly in the future, and we need to be ready to apply the systems. And I understand this is a very complicated job, and I wish best of luck to all the participants. Of course, the small things, small steps really make big change in the vision of the government authorities. And today we're hearing the best practices, and these are very big decisions, and we are actually changing the mindset of our governments. So thank you for listening, and wish best luck to all of you. Big thanks to all the presenters. We are going beyond our agenda. We have still got one more presentation. And the organizers are asking to make this presentation very quick, and then we will have a launch, and then we'll have an evaluation form, and so they have to put their kind of evaluation on the paper, how satisfied they were. Mr. Rubayev Tofik is invited here. Oh, well, it's actually busy. Oh, we need to have a group picture. But there was somebody responsible for that to take a group picture. Well, yesterday we did this here. We can do the same again. Maybe we can go out to the street and have a good background. Let's just go to the stairs and have a group photo. That then we go to have lunch and just eat quickly and come back. With 13, okay, 1:30, we'll be back. Let's make it very quick. In the field of transport and functional systems and the data exchange, we have Alex Zamchuk. He's from Ukraine. So he's representing the field digital transformation. So currently, Ukraine is spending a lot of time for digital transformation, and there is already a chairperson who is responsible for that topic. And Mr. Alek, the floor is yours, please. Oh, okay. I hope you all see the screen. All right. Devam edelim sen. Yok, devam eyle. Burada teknik problem.
We've got transfer challenge, and just we can you see the display? Can you see the screen? Yeah, we see the first page only. One second, please. Yok şeyden kaldı ama. Her ikisini tak kullanırsın. So 1 second, please. So let's do it this way. So now we can see, we need to share. So can you see? So yes, but we need to have a presentation mode. Thanks, it's working. Thanks. Series of reform in launch of a portal, and this portal for the transfer and götürebilirsin. Ben de vacibinde yazdım. İstersen buradan götürebilirsin. Kulaklığı takma.
Taxdım. Prosta səsi yaxşı gəlmir. There is some technical problem here. I hear the person, but his voice is not clear. And so we are looking at the topics of eliminating corruption and simplifying procedures. And so we look at a number of custom declarations that we received during this year, and the statistics showed that we received about 70,000 declarations within 1 year, and the various ministries in Ukraine are working in this field. The Ministry of Economy. Guys, I'm sorry, it's really next to impossible to hear this person. Bu adam elə danışır ki, bunu vəbşi eşidəmir. Texniki deyil, bu adam danışmağı pisdir. Nə başa düşür? Fərqi yoxdur, bu qədər sürətlə danışır və səsi də yeyir. Bunu başa düşmək mümkün deyil ki, tərcümə edeyim mən. Sən o başa düşürsən? Mən də onu deyirəm, sürətlə danışır, hər sözü tutmaq olmur. Oradakılara deyəm, ona desinlər ki, mümkün deyil bunu eşitmək. Adam həddindən artıq sürətlə və texniki olaraq problemli danışır. Bundan qulaq. Heç nə mümkün deyil başa düşmək. Hüseyin də eləyə bilmədi. Hüseyin də eləyə bilmədi. Hüseyin eləyə bilmədi. Nə oldu? Olmaz. Gəl, var eşidirsin. Gəl. Mümkün deyil. Öz dilində öğretim.
Document that digging the one. There we go. I'm going to show you on the screen the current situation. This is their business processes. Information on
We also introduced a new tool, and so we are adding the number of products into the list of this declaration, and due to the military operations happening in the country, now there is a need for some specific activities, to be added to the list of activities in the country, and this guy speaks like a machine. And last year we started new procedures for approving new set of documents and in terms of custom clearance, and And we also issued a new platform that goes within this single window system. And custom officers have the authority of receiving the document in the electronic format of custom clearance. And we are currently communicating with businesses, trying to get their opinion, what additional documents they need. And we are trying to modify the system based on the needs of the businesses. And yesterday, my colleague talked about the system and made a presentation and explained some other details.
No English interpretation. Sorry, we do not have English interpretation.
If no question, I'd like to thank all the presenters so far, and the floor is given to Maria Apostolo, the regional advisor of the UN. Please, Maria, the floor is yours.
Благодарю вас, господин Платонов, за то, что вы направляли и модерировали предыдущую сессию.
Turning to the last session of our very rich discussion, and this is logically a discussion on how these instruments, standards that we are presenting already for 1.5 days and more are going to be supported for implementation, what partnerships we can build. The first presentation, upon suggestion from the participants, is on recommendation 41 of UNECE FACT on public-private partnerships, and it will be given by my colleague, Kamola Husnidinova, Economic Affairs Officer at the UN Economic Commission for Europe. She is online, so Kamola, please, the floor is yours.
Mario, change your channel. You're speaking English in Russian channel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And you can see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Hello again, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying a sunny day in Baku, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this international capacity building seminar on trade and transport facilitation, and specifically to this session on partnerships and synergies in support of implementation of pilot projects. My name is Kamola Husnudinova. I'm an economic affairs officer at the UNECE, and I'm currently acting as secretary to the UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, UNECE FACT. So I'll start my presentation with, if I manage to switch the slides, okay. So I'll start with setting a context and giving you some background about UNECE FACT, about its objectives and key tools, and how are these tools implemented. So in terms of the objectives, we strive for simple, transparent, and effective processes for global businesses, and efficient and automated exchange of information. And we do that also in the framework of the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, and specifically supporting the goals of Sustainable Development Goals number 8, 12, and 17. In terms of the key tools developed by UNECE FACT, we have nearly 50 trade facilitation recommendations, and I will touch upon in more details on one of them, recommendation 41. And we also do have nearly 950 e-business standards and guidelines that are developed by the UNECE FACT community. And already the composition of UNECE FACT is pretty much a public-private partnership, because we have experts from the private sector, from the public sector, from different areas and different sectors, and different industries. We have over 1,600 experts that currently work on 26 active projects. And we do have many more projects in the pipelines, especially after the recent forum that we had. There were many ideas that will turn potentially into projects. The experts meet twice a year for the forum, one in Geneva and one outside Geneva. And we have an annual plenary session, which this year will take place in November here in Geneva. And also we regularly, the Secretariat and the Bureau, communicate through the regular meetings and regular calls, where we drive the agenda of the UNECE FACT forward and its projects. The way we operate is based on the UNECE FACT program of work, which is decided upon the member states. And the current program of work for 2023 and 2024 will focus on the sustainable supply chains in the circular economy, It will, of course, continuously advance trade facilitation and support its implementation by developing tools, recommendations, standards, publishing the guidance materials, and also increasing participation and advisory services to the countries, especially the 17 program countries of the UNECE. And we do that through the enhanced collaboration with relevant standard setting bodies, both public and private. This program of work is also available on the website. Now, before I go into details of the recommendation 41, which I will be discussing with you today, I will also like to bring your attention to other tools that we have at the UNECE that promote public-private collaboration. One of them is recommendation number 4 that encourages governments to establish and support NTFBs, which emphasizes on the balance of private and public participation. And as you know, the National Trade Facilitation Committees, the establishment of those is one of the measures of WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. And this is pretty much aligned with that. Now, we also have recommendation 40th that goes through the basic principles and it provides consultation in the different forms and levels to the government, and also proposes a toolbox and a checklist for the governments to be guided through the process. Finally, we have a white paper that was finalized last summer, and it is aimed to strengthen private sector participation in NTFBs. And this white paper is going to become a recommendation, and it will be presented to the plenary at the end of this year in November. Now, the recommendation 41 is specifically devoted to describing public-private partnerships in trade facilitation. And it aims to guide governments through collaboration of government and private sector. And also it talks about key components and best practices of such partnerships for driving trade facilitation forward. It is based on a number of case studies and success stories, as well as best practices and lessons learned from traditional PPP projects. And it provides a very detailed guidance on specific aspects such as governance, supporting information technology and infrastructure, and as well as potential risks that should be considered in project implementation. Now, in terms of the key highlights, it emphasizes that the PPPs have a great potential to bring enhanced efficiency and value to the delivery of public services. Meaning that when private and public service collaborate together, they really have a potential to scale up the projects that can potentially be developed on the public level, but also with the support of the private sector. And then it also suggests that PPP can be suitable for different areas within trade facilitation, including infrastructure development, including setting up systems like single window, national trade facilitation bodies, port communities, and others. And as I mentioned, there's a number of case studies where you can see how in practice this is being implemented. Within this recommendation, UNCFACT recommends to governments to actively consider private-public partnerships. And if it is selected, they also recommend, the recommendation also suggests to analyze the potential benefits that PPP collaboration can bring to the projects. And it really emphasizes the point that procurement processes should be undertaken in a very transparent manner, as well as ensuring that contractual mechanisms are in place to minimize any behavior that can potentially lead to barriers to trade. And it also suggests to consider risks and to see how those can be mitigated by establishing also systems of controls when implementing the PPPs. So apart from this recommendation, what else do we do in support of PPPs? There's a number of activities. As mentioned, we develop recommendations and guidelines. We collaborate closely with international organizations. We develop sector-specific standards. We have a huge body of research and knowledge sharing, and I will share a link later where it could be accessed. We do technical assistance to member states, specifically to the 17 program countries of the UNECE, but also beyond the ECE region, considering that UNCFACT is a global body. And within UNECE, we collaborate closely with the public-private partnership section that we have in addition to the trade facilitation section when we are housed in the ECTD division, in the Economic Cooperation and Trade division. And here you see some of the examples how UNECE standards contribute to different processes globally. Now we do collaborate, as I mentioned, not only with the public standard setting organizations, but also with the private. So, and in terms of the comparative advantage of UNCFACT is that is really unique among standard development organizations, considering that it ensures interoperability and harmonization across the entire international supply chain and also all means of transport. It is important to note that anyone can participate free of charge in all of the UNCFACT activities, any member states, including those outside UNECE. And this process is made extremely inclusive because member states can actually take part in taking decisions in terms of the UNCFACT project work and approving its deliverables. And in addition, the way to demonstrate that UNCFACT works with different organizations is the fact that it's extensively referenced by different partner organizations. And you see, these are just a few examples on your screen that UNCFACT work is referenced by the ICC, by the WTO, it's referenced in the EU directives and regulations. So you can see that there's also a number of articles that are produced daily that show the impact and relevance of the UNCFACT work and deliverables. Now, in terms of more information and country-specific case studies and examples, there is for sure one that I want to bring your attention to is the implementation of single window in Senegal, which you will see in this trade facilitation implementation guide. I didn't want to go into too much details and to give you a detailed overview, but if you go to the trade facilitation implementation guide, you will see numerous examples and case studies of how the UN CFAC standards are actually implemented in different countries. As also I briefly touched upon, we do technical cooperation activities in the countries. And this is also done, I have to stress on it again, that this is also done in close collaboration with the private sector. For instance, the trade facilitation roadmaps and one of the recent ones that was developed for the Kyrgyz Republic was done in close cooperation with the private sector and academia as well. The business process analysis in Georgia and the Kyrgyz Republic on the import and export pharmaceuticals and textile produce was also done in close collaboration with the Georgia Revenue Agency. So this really showcases how we collaborate with different agencies, including public and private and academia and international organizations, of course. And also we develop training materials on helping MSMEs to digitalize their procedures. So these are some of the examples how we support countries and provide the advisory services and technical, do the technical cooperation activities in the countries. We have the EU funded project. We have the UN Development Account project that are ongoing, as well as right now, there is a global survey on digital and sustainable trade facilitation that is ongoing for its next edition of 2023, which evaluates how the measures are implemented in countries around the world. So in the last one, we had 143 countries, and in this one, we hope to get more responses. And we'll be also posting the results of the survey on our website. Now, this brings me to one of the final slides in terms of the cooperation with other organizations. As I had mentioned, we collaborate closely with the global, regional, national, private sector standard setting agencies. And these are, again, some of the examples of organizations that we cooperate with. And finally, this is the overview of the activities that we have delivered or plan to deliver during this year, both UNECE and UNCFACT. In March, we had a regional forum on sustainable development where heads of respective ministries came together of the member states of ECE to discuss the agenda for sustainable development. Then we had the 70th Commission session where member states agreed on a cross-cutting theme for the next 2 years, which will be focusing on green and digital transformation for sustainable development in the UNECE region. And the highlight of this month for us was the 40th UNCFACT Forum, which took place in Geneva during the week of 8 to 12th May. And it was first one since the pandemic, and it was a very successful one, bringing together 350 participants in person from 55 countries. And we had more than 35 sessions during the week where the project work was discussed and many deliverables were finalized, as well as it was a very good platform for networking for our UNCFACT community. And in addition to that, we had 1,500 participants that connected to the forum online. Also, we held the 2023 session of the Low Code Advisory Group on the margins of the forum. And then the next big event that we're planning is our next forum, which will take place in Bangkok and will be hosted by our sister regional commission, ESCAP. So that will take place during the week of 2 to 7 October in 23. And then we are back in Geneva to hold the third session of the team of specialists on ESG traceability of sustainable value chains. And we usually conclude the year with the plenary session, which will take place in November of this year, where heads of delegations, member states come together to review the deliverables of UNCFACT since the last plenary and make decisions on those. Finally, I would like to share with you the QR codes which will help you to access the UNCFACT website and the Trade Facilitation Implementation Guide. And you also have my contact details in case you will have any follow-up questions or you need to reach out to the UNCFACT Secretariat. With this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. And Mario, I pass the floor back to you.
Thank you, Kamula. Please send us the presentation and we will upload it with the other presentations from this.
Yes, you have it. I sent it.
You have sent it, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that will be published. So now after this first presentation of our last session, let us go to the next presentation, which will be again online. Actually, we have Arturas Piliponis, who works for the EU for digital. He will present us the developments with EU for digital. We had originally our friend and colleague Tofik, who is walking here, who was going to present that, but he transferred this responsibility to Arturas Piliponis to make a presentation. I see Arturas is online, so please, Arturas, give us your presentation and then we will discuss how we can collaborate.
Thank you, Mario, and good afternoon, dear participants of the seminar. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here today with you
and to share what EU for Digital does in the area of transport and logistic digitalization, and specifically in the area of pilots. And I hope you see my presentation on the screen. Mario, do you see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to start from very quick overview of what EU for Digital is, because I assume that some of the participants are not necessarily aware of this. And EU for Digital facility is one of the major instruments in EU EAP policy agenda, focusing on digital domain overall, covering a number of areas, starting from connectivity to trust and security, digitalization of trade, skills, health, and others. And the first phase of this initiative ended last year. Now we are in the phase 2. Initially, the project was focused on 6 countries, and now with the geopolitical developments, it's more of 5 focus countries. And what we do, we, as an initiative, we promote European way of thinking and working methods and regulations, and working together with the Eastern countries. We first of all analyze the developments on the ground in the countries, understand their needs, and help them to transpose EU or global international practices. And one of the, as mentioned, there are a number of activities in the portfolio of EU for Digital. There was a link in the previous slide. If you are interested, definitely you are welcome to go into the website and explore it more. The website is content rich. One of the activity which we had in the phase 1 and which continues in phase 2 was related to digital transport corridors. So actually in phase 1 it was named as a digital transport corridor, where we looked at the transport corridor from Baltic Sea to Black Sea. We did analysis of the country situation in terms of digitalization of different components of the trade and logistics, and we suggested the model how this could be implemented. Now in the phase 2, we are focusing more on FT, European Freight Transport Information Regulation developments, and we have an activity where we select several countries. And I can say that Azerbaijan is one of them. The other 2 are Moldova and Ukraine, where we will be analyzing the freight, electronic freight information status in the countries. We will understand the current status, the burdens, the needs, and we will suggest the implementation roadmap for it. You can see on the screen some deadlines. So actually next month we will have EU practices ready for sharing with the respective stakeholders of the countries. Then by mid-summer we will have an assessment of the country state of play, and then by the end of the calendar year we will have specific roadmaps. Why this is important? I think it's important to say the way we work when we do the analysis and build the roadmaps, we assume that actual change and implementation will follow after that. And the idea is that once this work is done, the countries could move into the either full implementation or the pilot mode. And later I'll share what other regions are doing, and specifically Western Balkans, and how they are planning to approach very similar situation. So in further, I would like to share with you developments that we've had so far, and I intentionally put either it's digital transport corridor and or FT, because initially when we started, the transport corridor concept was the prevailing one, with the idea that if there is some physical corridor, naturally we are looking how to build a digital one alongside it, which includes many components. For example, including the information exchange at the borders to facilitate and speed up border crossing, and digitalization of different documents and the like. And now I think the concept has adjusted or got complemented by the FT, and the way we look at it now, we talk about FT. And let me share a few pilots that were done so far in this area, and some experiences of the other regions. So first of all, on the border crossing, as we know, the border crossing, fast border crossing, and frictionless border crossing is critical for the trade. And we last spring we did a pilot. We called it e-customs pilot, which is pre-arrival information exchange at the borders, where Moldova and Romania took part, and the exchange of the empty means of transport data was piloted for some time. I think this got quite a big interest and engagement on number of sites, because this was probably one of the first exchanges of the data of non-EU country with EU country. And it was not easy to come to this point, because EU is rather having all the regulations and rules rather strict and demanding towards their partners, if I could say, because if you want to exchange the data, you should be able to follow the same principles and rules on both sides to do it in a secure way. And we did this pilot. There was really good feedback and engagement, and now it moved to the, I could say it, to the next stage under the phase 2. It's the pre-arrival information exchange between Ukraine and Romania. So at a larger scale, larger countries, and with larger ambition, because this is just the first step of empty means of transport information exchange, and it should be followed by other use cases. If it proves working and kind of is accepted by the stakeholders on all sides, this could turn into the full scale solution. So I think, although it's not a big pilot, but it's very, very important in terms of the developments of information exchange with EU. And in this perspective, I would like to thank to the customs of Ukraine and Romania who are really engaged and driving this initiative. Then another example of the pilot, or several pilots that we had in the phase 2, was e-invoice exchange cross-border, where we had several countries activated, Armenia, Ukraine, Ukraine, Poland, Moldova, Ukraine, where the e-delivery European DSI solution was implemented at the country level. We call it pilot, but it's actually not a pilot. It was real full-scale implementation. Countries becoming part of PEPOL network, and being a part of PEPOL network, you can exchange electronic invoices with tens of countries globally. Yeah. So why this pilot is important? Because it paves the way. It allows the countries, EIP countries in this case, really to tap in this European global digitalization family and actually move a step forwards towards full digitalization. So these were two examples, the fragments, of course, but the pilots which were practical and impactful. Now, getting back to FT, I will not repeat what FT is because yesterday you had, I think, few presentations on it, and but it's just to say that it is upcoming. And whether we want or not, EU is moving forward. So as you can see on the screen some days, so what are the requirements for the data to be exchanged, and of course UN CEFACT standards basis for it, for the data model, and what are the national requirements will be known very soon, actually mid this year. Then what are the platforms, what are requirements for the platforms, and what are requirements for the service providers of these services will be known by the end of the year, November. And then the certification of the platforms will be known by March 2024. So full application in 2025. But what does that mean? That means that a lot of work has to be done on European country side to make it happen, not just on the Commission side, but on the country side. And what does that mean for the EU neighbors? That EU neighbors have a great opportunity to exploit it, moving alongside or not. It's of course country's decision, but from what we see, there is a great interest in it, because if you follow the similar developments, you have a good chance to be interoperable with Europe, which brings a lot of savings and impact. And on top, you can see a short example how the FT works, but I assume listening to the presentations, you already know that it simplifies to the element that when two companies trade something, you operate just the code, which is being generated by the certified platform, which this unique shipment ID then is being exchanged with all the competent authorities and the partners alongside, and information gathered alongside. So a lot of efficiencies and impact. Now, going forward, I touched briefly, but why FT? Why not corridor, but FT is at the center of our discussion in my presentation today. It's first of all that it's a big development in itself, in line with many differently maybe named, but similar in principle developments that were happening along the way. And I can give you an example of the Western Balkans region, where they decided they have to follow similar developments. They did a study on how to implement this in the Western Balkans, how to implement FT in the Western Balkans, and here we can see quite many savings on all sides. What you see on the screen is just a few small examples. So first, of course, we have environmental impact because of the reduced paper usage. We save lots of trees. So, for example, annually the volume of the trees saved is equivalent to the New York Central Park size. There is a big economic impact. Of course, it requires some investment on the economic operator side, but the payback is it could be in less than a year, depending on the nature and type of economic operators. And then, of course, the benefits on the government side and on the speed, etc., etc. So lots of benefits from using it, but lots of work to make it happen, because it's not about the data model, it's about the processes, about the trust, about coming together different transport modes, about security of the data exchange and the likes. And I'd like to share with you how Western Balkans plan to approach this FT deployment in the region. So they see it as a three-stage, three-step journey. So first of all, you need really to mobilize the stakeholders and you need to pilot info. So the focus is on the road transport, where you don't talk about multimodality, or you don't have the ambition to exchange with EU, because EU is developing on its own, and then you select certain countries where you really try to apply the data models and the rules that EU is developing in establishing the system and piloting it as per EU and FT principles. Yeah. Then second step would be to move and involve other transport modes, but still no EU, involve all regional partners, and in 3.5 years there is expectation you can do this. Yeah. And why this quite extensive time period? Because you really need to do a lot of homework for this to happen on a country level, really. So it's not that simple, if I can say it. And the third phase, which basically 7 years from now, it's once the region has done the homework, then the connectivity with you happens, assuming that you will already use it and will be open to the third countries to exchange with the third countries. And this is just an example of how it splits between the legal, organizational, technical tasks, and across the different transport modes and periods to arrive at this result. And to close my presentation, I would like to touch on a few further developments. Yeah? So, first of all, to be part of the game, you need to be aware of what is happening. So to follow EU developments, because many results, models, procedures, requirements are being cooked, if I may say so, as we speak. Yeah? So if you don't know them, then it's very difficult to follow or do something. Yeah. Then another important point is there's a big homework to do nationally. So countries need to understand what's the current state, what's the current status of different transport mode, document digitalization, organizational aspects, etc. The third point on the business case, it helps to understand why you do that and have it in written. Yeah, have it in document how much money, how much I don't know, trees, how much everything you save or get additionally while doing that. And because there will be people who say it's not needed, it's expensive, what does it give you? Then in engagement of the key stakeholders, bringing different transport modes together, it's a task in itself. And it's important to dedicate proper attention. Then, of course, having the plan and organization around it, it's the critical step. So this is from my side. Once again, thank you for giving me opportunity to be together with you today. And I wish you for the good discussion and developments.
Thank you, Arturas. Let me first make some comments here, and then there are several people who want to speak here. This session, first of all, is on partnerships, on how to make what we were discussing here together with the countries. We have here in the room some of the developers of the tools that are used in FT. And we have direct discussions with the countries and potential, the implementers of things that are similar to FT. So it is very important how we get access to those funds that the European Union can make available. And it's interesting to see from Arturas, who are working on projects like this for years, how for digitalization, how, that there are funds that can be used. Out of the 6 countries that you listed, 5 are here, including people from Belarus, which is under certain limitations, but the other 4 are here in the room. We work with direct practitioners, implementers who are interested in developing implementation projects. We had a, like yesterday, a pilot project was started on the railway consignment nodes. So we are looking forward to see how we can practically implement it with the people who are here. And UNECE has a mandate from the ministers of the SPECA countries like Azerbaijan and the Central Asian countries to develop a roadmap on the implementation of the UN standards, which are used, which can be used. So we are working on that. The information yesterday and today, the discussions we are going to use for that roadmap. So again, we would be, again, the topic of this session is how to raise resources to go forward with this. And also there is a need for the, support for the source, like how to go forward with the pilot projects, including in the implementation, like we were discussing yesterday and today, possibilities to create platforms for the implementation of the standards that were discussed in the EU, DG Move, DG Taxud before that on the single window. They have taken a very, very positive approach of not limiting the standards in the European Union to purely European Union standards, but to take the global UNCFACT standards as the basis for semantic and reference data models to be exchanged. So this is the idea. How can we look forward to tap into the resources that the European Union has available? And this is the topic of this session, how to work further together. So I see Goran would like to take the floor first, and then we will have others. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mario. So my name is Goran Andreev. I'm a border crossing expert from Traseca, which is Permanent Secretariat of Intergovernmental Commission of Transport Corridor Europe, Caucasus, Asia. 5 of those countries that you mentioned are actually Traseca members, and we also do have 2 European Union members, Romania and Bulgaria. So my question is about EU for digital and multilateral aspect. Is it possible actually for some of those projects to approach in multilateral aspect with all those countries, because we are also interested and we have very similar aligned projects. For example, you mentioned e-customs seed system, and that system was actually promoted by Traseca last year. Because the 3 countries that you mentioned, Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, and also Traseca countries and other countries in the Traseca are also interested for this project. So this gives us opportunity for collaborating between the aligned project. For example, for SEED, as you mentioned, Western Balkans have CEFTA and additional protocol. Here, for those countries which are not a part, we don't have such instrument, but we have Traseca that reach out to other countries, and we have some documents that we have developed, so we can be such catalyzer in this part. So we are really interested to explore all these opportunities to enhance our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may to react, so definitely please feel free to, if you feel there is a need for the more detailed discussion, we're happy to do that. I think what we are doing on the EU for digital, and it's by doing now that between Ukraine and Romania, we are moving already to the next level. We are productizing approach to that. So it's not just the one use case which I shared. There could be many use cases. And from what I see, this pilot that we do, it's a real stuff. So the organizations stay with the solution itself on which they can build going forward. And when I was stressing the EU, non-EU, this is the challenging part. But the solution-wise, if there are two countries which are not limited to EU regulations and they can agree, the solution is basically the tool which could be put into action very swiftly, yeah? And then even used across multiple border crossing, meaning the different countries. So just to say that it's not just some pilot, it's the already solution, and what we are piloting is how to overcome the regulations, legislations, and certain things which from EU side, which are of course demanding in terms of what needs to be fulfilled.
I see Mr. Platonov from Ukraine wants to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liponis. You talked about things within the project one. If we talk about the benefits of about the business, I'm not talking about the technical part of this model, but the practical part. Practically, so of course, one topic is interesting when there are challenges, but because of the Russian invasion against Ukraine, a lot of systems stopped working, and we need other types of solutions. We need OnePlus, and these are the countries of post-Soviet countries, and they're located in the coast of Caspian, Black Sea, and we need to have a system between among these countries of multimodal transformation of data, and for countries like Ukraine, who is facing restrictions and turbulences. Of course, things are difficult. Things sound very well when we just talk about them, but in practice, it's not easy to implement them. So there are some legal aspects of the issue, and this legal things also create some artificial obstacles. And so this actually exists from the port of Odessa along the way and to Bulgaria and to the way back. And the activities of the borders are not coordinated, and there are a lot of unregulated issues in terms of technical exchange. So what exactly, what specifically was done in during the 7 years of integration? What was exactly done in the European system? So now there is a new concept adopted in the European Union, and this means that there must be some single customs system in the European Union in the coming 7 to 10 years. And I'm just interested in the practical part of this. When we talk about standards of standard CEFAC-ON, and so we already know that there are some standards that are available. What is the realistic protocol that could be applied in, for example, Moldovan-Ukrainian border? Like what could be done in practice to regulate things in the borders? Yeah, in some years ago, some activities were already carried out between Moldova and Ukraine. Some data exchange was already happening, and but things were not completed, and a lot of things remained unsolved. There are a lot of other questions still remaining open. So there are entrepreneurs, there are buyers and sellers, and they are all interested in seeing this activities to be completed. And Ukraine, in fact, seemed to be taking a step forward, but then took the step back because the standards didn't match the European Union's standards. And so what is the government to business partnership, and how do you expect governments to make changes in their standards if they do not have resources? Then if one country doesn't have resources, then it creates obstacles for other countries. What can we do that other governments help the government in need? We're talking about the communities. We're not talking about the government itself, because we're talking about the benefits the communities are going to take from that. And you're right. Maybe we need another seminar just to this topic, but I'd like to learn about the practical parts of it. I will try to respond to that. Yes, maybe you're right. We need additional seminar.
Parties have interest to do that. Yeah? So of course it's not simple. There are questions, but when we come to the question of data exchange between EU and non-EU, I can give you an example of digital signature. Yeah? So in the context of EU for Digital, we had a pilot, digital signature pilot, where we did and piloted and actually run operationally live, technically, digital signatures between among different EAP countries and even with EU. So it was fully working. So basically, you could sign the document with Estonia from Ukraine and the like, and it was fully operational. So technically, all the questions that we had that were identified were addressed, pilot done, and even if when there were gaps identified, these gaps were taken as a homework by different countries to adjust to have it technically working. But to have digital signature with EU is not possible. Technically possible between the businesses, but it's not recognized in full. And yeah, one can say, why not? And this is a matter of legislation. And legislation is part of the trust ecosystem. And what we see that after the pilots, after the express need, etc., EU with the EIDAS-2 is moving towards the recognition of the signatures with the third parties. And I do hope that maybe next year this will be enforced and we could enjoy it working. Yeah. So while fully accepting your comments and maybe even frustration with the situation why things are not moving, what I can say that as EU for Digital, we are piloting different situations. So I can tell you that 2 years ago, the pre-arrival data exchange between EU and non-EU would not be even possible. No one would even discuss it because EU expects that the other countries have the level of readiness which allows to do it kind of in a trusted way. Yeah. By today, we are doing pilot on the first use case. It is possible we will use to the other use case with more rich data set to be exchanged, including the private data. And it may look as a small step, but once you are gone through this, it brings a lot of learnings, what needs to be changed on both sides, both EU and non-EU, to make this work and happen. Yeah? So while I fully share with you the need to move faster towards the solutions, just some of the some of the solutions require not just intention, but actually being sure that it can work. And I think what we are doing, and for me, this pilot between Ukrainian and Romanian customs is a very critical, because it may change the opinions of many stakeholders involved, and it opened the way for very good things in the future. And then once it's done, technically things can move rather fast.
Thank you. Thank you, Arturas. Yes. Well, the objective of this session is kind of, we discussed a lot of things, pilot projects, there were discussions here, and we are like UNECE, UNCFACT, we are at the source of the development of those standards that the European Union substantive directors general have accepted to work on. Our kind of the objective here is to see how we can get resources to further develop our pilot projects for the implementation, like, because there are concrete needs, and we were discussing this these 2 days, like the standards developers and the practitioners. It's not like a something that is ready, given like a tape recorder and you plug and play, but the point is kind of discussing how the concrete digitalization issues are implemented. So our question is, if you can ask Arturas, if not, because we realize you are an implementer, how we can receive resources for the development of such projects together with the countries as like the source of these standards, and the countries which are the implementers. We need concrete work to go ahead. If you can tell us how we can get those resources, again focusing on the objective of this session, that's my question, our question actually. We were discussing with the others.
Thank you, Mario, for the question. I may not have an answer which would show exactly where the money lies, but I know a few things dealing with different situations and the projects. First of all, donors, including EU, like few things. They like when the stakeholders, and specifically countries or collection of the countries in this case, they have a clear way forward. You know, it's not just do some project, but clear way forward in the context of bigger developments. They like clarity, because many of those people, they're not subject matter experts as you are. You are top of the cream, if I may say, in terms of knowing your business. The donors, not necessarily they have the same level of competence that they should have, but when they think about what and how to fund, they look whether they understand whether the asked project what it will deliver and in what context. Yeah, so the clarity and longer term view. And we do believe that by doing this project, including in the EU for Digital, we help the countries to prepare and frame this future roadmap and the plan to be able to have informed decision with the donors. And I don't know how Western Balkans are proceeding, but my understanding is now they take the work that we've done and they use it in discussing with different donors, including EU, on the funding options. So that would be probably an answer. We would be happy to help in the context of what we do to prepare stakeholders of EAP and other countries to prepare for this discussion with the respective donors to get the funding for the project to be done.
Thank you. So we will discuss our options together with the countries and the CFACT experts. Yeah, well, Sue Probert, who is the chair of UNCFACT, she's sitting here in the room. She would like to say something. She was one of the presenters yesterday together with the key consultant on the FT regulation, who is also here in the room.
Good afternoon. One of the examples you gave was e-invoicing, and I just wanted to make a comment about that, if I may. As you probably know, as I'm sure you know, the EU has mandated 2 different syntaxes for e-invoicing for public procurement in the EU. The PEPOL system only supports one, and the e-invoicing that the PEPOL supports is not the one that's aligned with the UNCFACT by ship pay. And maybe this is something that could be an example of an area where we could investigate that and work together, because the whole by ship pay covering transport invoicing and all sorts of other aspects is all aligned within the whole environment. So that might be an interesting one to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good observation, and I think this could be even raised as a kind of as a part of this discussion to the relevant stakeholders. Yeah. Fully agree with you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the participants, from the countries? If not, well, we thought of this session as a panel discussion, but there were people who appeared and they are making presentations. So we have another presentation from Trasica and from USAID. Mrs. Aijan, well, how are we going to proceed? Maybe first, well, Aijan. Is Aijan on, well, Tofik, you were on the agenda. Are you going to speak? Okay. Right now, or we first call Aijan if Aijan is online. Aijan, please take the floor. We were expecting. Sorry. Tofik wants, well, Tofik is on the agenda right now. So please, Tofik, take the floor, and Aijan will take your statement afterwards. Tofik, please. Mr. Tofik Babayev, to whom I want to thank for his enormous support. I mean, I really, well, my personal appreciation to Tofik Babayev for his personal involvement. He did most of the things he is here without any personal interest, neither material nor anything else. He just wants to be in the game, and he did it perfectly well. My huge respect for you, Tofik. Please.
First of all, I'd like to say that EU for Digital Facility project, one of the projects of Euro Commission, which tried to provide real support to Eastern Partnership countries on digitalization sphere. Because the project includes not only assessment study, but also offers pilot projects in various areas of digitalization. Since formation of the EU for Digital Initiative and its thematic networks end of 2016 year, Azerbaijan experts have played the active role in the e-trade activities and their components, e-customs, e-commerce, and e-logistic digital transport corridors. In 2017-2019, Azerbaijan experts have been leading the e-custom working group. Head was Professor Iqbal Babayev, and contribute a lot in the development of the corresponding project action on the EU for Digital e-trade network. In 2018-19, Azerbaijan Ministry of Transport, Communication and High Technologies organized the International Baku e-trade Forum, which was considered to be the major event for paperless trade technologies, systems and solutions. In 2020, Azerbaijan representative proposed the project initiative for the creation of the regional e-logistics platform, GuamNet, which was endorsed by the ministerial event of Guam countries, Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. Later in this year, on this initiative was included and prioritized in the action plan of the EU for Digital e-trade network for 2020-2025. In 2020-21, Azerbaijan experts were actively involved in the implementation of e-trade, e-commerce pilot in the course of the EU for Digital Facility project and got the chair position of the e-commerce working group. In 2021-2022, the Institute of Control System of Ministry of Science and Education organized the regular international PLMO conference, Problem Logistic Management and Operation in East-West Transport Corridor, which is focused on the areas of supply chains and transport corridors digitalization. And last but not least, this year, Republic of Azerbaijan was selected for state of play assessment and design of the roadmap towards eFTI deployment in the course of phase 2 of EU for Digital program. It is important to mention that in the national strategy for Azerbaijan social economic development in 2022-2026, we've got the dedicated chapter with the main goals and objectives for the digitalization of the country transport and logistics sector, including e-custom component. In particular, first, implementation of the unified transport and logistics strategy aimed at the development of transit traffic, taking into account the potential role of Azerbaijan in international transport corridors. As you know, Azerbaijan is located at the intersection of east-west and north-south transport corridors. Therefore, implementation of the unified transport and logistics strategy is of the utmost importance. Second, creation of a regulatory and legal framework that meets modern requirements to improve transit, transport, and logistics work. And third, extending the use of digital technologies to improve transit traffic and logistics. And by 2025, the following results shall be obtained. First, creation of a system that ensures the integration of participants in international transport and logistics on a single digital platform. Then accession and implementation of the provisions of the electronic SMR and ESMJS protocols, provision of cargo escort and tracking services through the road. To reach the above objectives, the following developments and project initiatives have already been undertaken. For objective 1, implementation of the unified transport and logistics strategy, the development of the policy document for digitalization of transport and logistics sector was proposed by experts of the EU for Digital, e-trade, e-logistics network to Azerbaijan Ministry of Digital Development and Transport. Besides the joint expert team from the working group on e-logistics and digital transport corridors has developed the preliminary concept for the digital transport corridor segment between Caspian and Black Sea, involving Azerbaijan and Georgia, aligned with the similar concept of DTC between Baltic and Black Sea, developed in the course of the EU for Digital Facility Project Phase 1. For Objective 2, creation of a regulatory and legal framework to ensure that effective use and development of Azerbaijan potential in the field of transit transportation of National Coordinating Council for Transit Freight Transportation was established and is currently operated by Ministry of Digital Development and Transport. This council is in charge of definition of uniform principles and conditions for mutual activity of transport enterprises, carriers, forwarders, and operators in the field of transit cargo transportation and the development of the corresponding regulatory and legal framework. For Objectives 3, extending the use of digital technologies, the development of the roadmap for creation of the national e-logistics systems and its EFTI kind of platform was proposed by experts of the e-logistics and DTC working group to Azerbaijan Ministry Digital Development and Transport, and the corresponding twin project was developed by our Institute of Control System with State Transport University, Uzbekistan. So, as you know, we do believe that Azerbaijan is ready and qualified for the successful and practical participation in the EU for Digital Phase 2 projects related to digital transport corridor EFTI activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babayev, for this presentation. Same question goes to you, but I understand we can continue that discussion further on how, like the pilot projects on the implementation of the UNECE package of standards for digitalization of multimodal data and document exchange, how the pilot projects can be financed, but we can continue discussing that in the future so that we can work with the countries on the practical implementation. The next speaker and last on our list is Ayjan Beyseva, with whom we have worked on various occasions quite fruitfully. She is now representing a project working with USAID. Ayjan was planning to come here. They came with a colleague during the higher level conference in October. I was really hoping to see her here, but she couldn't make it, so she's online now. Ayjan, the floor is yours.
A few minutes now she will join.
I understand we lost Aijan. She's not online. I will try to call her. But are there any comments? Anyone wants to take the floor?
While waiting, if you don't mind, I can have some
Please,
remarks.
please do. Yes.
Yeah, we actually had some presentation from Traseka, but I think that will be a repetition from something that we saw. So that's why we will just put it in the other presentations here, and it was about partnerships. So we elaborated what are our projects towards digitalization. We developed a digitalization concept in 2021. So a lot of initiatives that we've seen, and we were talking today on ECMR, on ET, or ECMGS. We have also some EQing there, and other concepts have been there. So this digital corridor concept we are trying to develop, and we have to notice, for example, just connecting to the previous presentation, that countries have done a lot on national level. But if you go to coordination or corridor level, there's still huge issues that has to be considered. And these multiple activities have to be coordinated. So that's why it's our suggestion was to divide these huge projects on digitalization on small specific projects. I mentioned previously in discussion with the EU for digital, for example, SEAT is one project, SMGS it's another. So we have to be focused on this project, but having in mind big picture of international standards that will connect all these activities. So that was intervention that we wanted to do, and our presentation will be available in all package. Thank you.
Thank you, Goran. Very good comment. It fits with the original concept of this seminar and the work further that we work, like we have the political mandate from the countries to work on a roadmap for a digital corridor exchange of information, and there are incremental elements which can be built together. I just spoke with Aijan Beyseva. She was kicked out of Zoom for one reason or another, and she's connecting right now. So if we have her, and it will be absolutely a full house. Everybody planned has spoken these 2 days. Aijan, are you on? Are you online, Aijan?
Да, добрый день, уважаемые
Добрый
участники.
день.
I can hear you only through translation. I don't hear the original language. I understand that we are already behind the agenda, so I will try to be short. So we are presenting a regional project that works in 5 Central Asian countries. So we have started like a year ago, and the purpose of the project, that we've got 4 goals of the project, is harmonization of custom procedures, border procedures, enhancement and the strengthening of dialogue with government, and also improving collaboration with businesses and companies in Central Asia. And the new task, proposed task, is increasing resilience in the field of trade in Central Asia. So this is shortly about our project. I'd like to mention that today we were planning to discuss possible collaboration opportunities. We discussed some opportunities with Mario, and if we have more time, we can maybe discuss the opportunities of collaboration within this session as well. And thank you, Ayjan. And we already listened to presentations about exchange of documents on electronic format within the supply chain. And that was the main purpose of today's seminar, this workshop. And we're thinking how we can continue working on these projects and how we can raise funds to implement pilot projects. Yesterday, we signed a memorandum of understanding from the railway departments of several countries to develop the collaboration within Transeca, and the purpose was to try to apply international standards and to work in the field of digital transformation to electronic systems. And we are currently working on a specific topic of helping countries to collect more information about applying these standards. These 2 days we have worked on this specific topic, and this is called for 10th workshop of data facilitation and data transformation. Everything was concentrated in Odessa for many years. 13th workshop was held in December 13, on December 13, and it was dedicated to this solutions in terms of FT within the European Union, and we continue discussing those topics. If you want support in terms of applying CFACT standards, we are ready to discuss that thing, like what kind of projects you may support within. Thank you. We stand ready to collaborate with you on this. Unfortunately, I was not able to listen to all the presentations. Currently, we are working on a pilot project together with Transeca in terms of logistics and transport to Central Asia. And we have started tools to Baltic countries and between 12 to 16 June, and we'll have a series of meetings, and we'll also have a meeting in Vilnius. And so the purpose will be to prepare recommendations in terms of using multimodal transformation systems and maritime transportation in Central Asian countries, and we will be ready to share our preliminary results during that workshop, the results of our joint works. We'd also like to mention that we are planning a series of events related to maritime ports between Riga and Kazakhstan, and Turkmenbashi in Turkmenistan. So we are ready to join any events and to discuss possible opportunities of collaboration. Thank you, Ayjan. So we had some recommendations from our colleagues, and one of the desires is to continue these technical trainings, how to understand the application of the standards, and for the employees and for the officials of relevant authorities in the countries that are participating here. Is Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and the idea is that we can organize some events in Central Asia with your support. You said Akhtar. There was an event, the representatives of the port authorities and Odessa and Baku. They're currently organizing data transformation, data exchange between Aktawa and Baku and Turkmenbashir. We have got limited resources. I don't know what you think about this, but we're actually trying to do a lot with limited resources. And even this workshop that is taking place now will probably help us to think how to direct resources to continue these activities in the future, and to bring together these national experts of different countries. We think that we can organize 1 or 2 events in Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan. We can work together with you, and we will get back to you with replies. In terms of what has been done, our partners from Odessa, those who organized the Zoom connection, they took note of everything that was said here, and we are working on developing a simple e-learning product. All these presentations are loaded in a system, in a platform, and people will have an opportunity of seeing those presentations. Those who missed them have an opportunity of looking at them and using for future work. In terms of practical work on applying these standards on multimodal transformation of documents or exchange of documents, there is a need to work together with all the experts that are developing the standards and those who are applying them. So, and there are experts from all, from different countries. And, when there's a question like, where is this element? Where is that? And we can talk to these people. Well, this could be maybe a boring part of the work, but that is what brings to the practical results of what we're discussing here. And that generates active tools for us to use. I don't want to bore you even further. So this is our second day, and I see everybody is already tired enough. There are some people who are still here, and that shows that some people are still interested in discussing it. So Ajahn, let's continue working in this direction, and I believe that cooperation in this field, in terms of the partnership, we have a very good partner in Central Asia, and yes, we are also looking at different ways of partnership with Azerbaijan, Georgia, and other countries in the region. Currently, we are having some negotiations within the Association of TMPN, and we see some perspectives for future collaboration, and we can discuss the possibility of future events to coordinate So we need to coordinate our activities with you and with other donors. Thank you. We told yesterday and today during the coffee breaks, during lunch breaks, and that countries are interested and they want to develop things, develop solutions. People from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, they all asked a number of questions. It's not only Azerbaijan and Ukraine and Georgia, but all the other countries, they were asking a lot of questions. That shows that we need to collaborate further. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Patana from Ukraine. I'd like to mention that there is a need to really continue working together. We had some experience with Traseka. So there was a program, education program of how to apply these things within the technical teams, and there was a specific program called FIATAI. That was a national association, and so there was a single approach to training, and that was initiated by Traseka, and it helped to understand how the standards could be applied. And we can do the same, like prepare a training and education program. And we need to understand what multimodal means. We don't mean multimodal, just that means different transport. When correct data exchange and information exchange is built, that's what makes change. And so these are the ingredient elements of this multimodal system, and for that everybody needs to know the exact understanding and apply the same thing in their work. Thank you very much. I took note of what you're saying, but we can maybe then send it in writing. Mr. Fyodorov talked a lot today, and I think his presentation was built in such a way that could be actually published, and it could benefit, many people, and in Odessa and other countries. So the meaning of this project is that it was made on internal resources. This was implemented with the internal resources of the country, and when you use your own resources, there's more ownership and more accountability. And another positive experience was that when we were organizing seminars in Macedonia, they were establishing their own single window. There was a budget of 1 million, and 200,000 was given by USAID, and they built a very simple single window. Now requires some changes and modifications, but it was the second single window in Europe. So the first one was Swiss, a single window, which was supposed to be closed because European Union wanted to have everything in one place. And then Macedonian one, which of course requires some updates, is the oldest window in the Europe. So that means when some countries do something individually, they actually turn to become something really valuable and important. And the last element, thank you very much for collaboration from Traseka. We discussed the issue of further cooperation with Mr. Andreev. to advance this pilot project. We got an employee who collects information, and maybe we can send this information to him, and this information could support us in terms of implementing pilot projects in the future. So we need to collect this information somewhere. I received information from some people to include recommendations into our reports. There are some recommendations we may discuss. If you want, we can discuss them now, or maybe we can share the text of these recommendations that I kept writing since yesterday, and we can give a week to everybody to read these things and comment on them. So, Goran, what do you think about it?
Каково ваше
to
мнение
discuss it
по
today, or-
рекомендациям относительно данного семинара? Определенно нам требуются достойные рекомендации. Я полагаю, что лучше будет, если вы предложите поделиться ими со всеми участниками, поскольку некоторые участники не в комнате. Нам потребуется 1 неделя для финализации, для окончания.
We can do it as well.
Thank you, Goran. Господин Платонов, как
вы думаете, сейчас обсуждать текст или послать это всем участникам, а потом через неделю закроем комментарии?
Ой, keşke Rus'a. Yeah, we need to send it in writing because people need some time to read and get back. I think 1 week is enough for people to read and comment. Well, this is not a meeting among governments. This is a workshop, and of course we can continue discussing in other events. And do you have any other comments related to the workshop in general? Thank you, Mr. Apostolov. I'd like to thank the authorities of Azerbaijan for their efforts, and thank all the guests who made them available to come here. Mr. Babayev left the room, so my special thanks to Mr. Topik Babayev and the management of the institute, of the control systems, and we hope that things that we discussed here will find some life in the future, and they will be implemented step by step, and this will help to advance into in collaboration among our governments, and when the military operations are over in Ukraine, we'll be happy to host it again in Ukraine, and we hope it's going to happen soon, and we are also ready to visit other countries and support others, and because these workshops help us to set forward solutions that help to understand each other better. Thank you very much, Mr. Platonov.
Украине, чтобы там был мир.
We all want peace in Ukraine. All we do on we want to continue our international cooperation to continue in Ukraine, and I have missed Hutarok, and I hope we will celebrate our next workshop there. Any other comments? Please.
От имени Казахстана мне хотелось бы поблагодарить.
we've been actually listening to, right? So it's been 2 days, and probably we as guys who received lots of information, it's been very interesting and insightful to get your experience of dealing with those standards, because I represent the institution which is responsible for trade promotion in Kazakhstan. And this is exactly what we need when we say about export, when we say about trade facilitation. And importantly to note, I very much like the overall thinking and comments from Mr. Oleg Platonov, Mr. Iqbal Babayev, because they've been focusing on the practical sides of, and I very much appreciate that we today discussed openly those problems that exist, exactly because whenever we say these standards, it's important to reach those institutions right away, because without this, we cannot unfortunately implement all these bright ideas that we have shared today. And once again, colleagues from Azerbaijan, very much appreciate your hospitality, all this organizing team, because it's been very difficult. Like, we can see that, we can feel that, but nevertheless, we made it very useful, very insightful, and all only positive sides goes to you. And from the side of Kazakhstan, we try to move forward, let's say, some of the issues that is dependent from our side, and we are very much open to cooperation to all of you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Saginayev. I just want to underline that Mr. Saginayev is representing one of the partner organizations, Castrate, which has, well, these dynamic, young, very eager experts, and we are looking forward to implementing further projects with you. We organized already a seminar on, well, 2 events in November last year on sustainable trade and exactly on the digitalization. And one of the things that was quite interesting, Kazakhstan didn't nominate a participant early enough for a high-level conference exactly on these topics on the 31st of October last year. Why? Because it's difficult to decide which agency exactly is responsible. So we asked Castrate to organize a brainstorming to see who is responsible for what in Kazakhstan. And then you can clearly see that it's not easy. One ministry responsible for digitalization, another for transport, a third one for trade. And they can't decide among themselves whom to send to a high-level conference, like the one in October, on what to do. So that discussion was quite interesting, and it was Castrate which was the in-between. So probably in every country we have this issue. So thank you very much, Mr. Saginayev. Very positive. You are so eager to speak at the end of these 2 days, so which is great. Thank you. Congratulations, and everybody here who is staying. I would like to thank the speakers in the last session, Kamola Husnidinova, Arturas Piriponis, Tofik Babayev, who was so helpful all that time, also to Ayjan Beiseyeva from USAID. Let us look forward to the cooperation. I'd like to thank all the national representatives who were so kind to come, in some cases very late. We managed to get the nominations, so thanks to them that they organized to come so early, and so it's such a short message. And I thank my colleague Oyuna for managing things that well, let me say something, other colleagues wouldn't have done this at such a late stage. So thank you, Oyuna. And I would like to thank those people who came on their own, at their own expenses, especially our speakers, keynote speakers from yesterday, the chair of CFACT, Sue Robert, and Michael Dil, the the consultant who is so much involved in the development of FT, and he will be
involved in the implementation of the FT regulation. Again, thank you very much. Thanks to all the participants from Azerbaijan. Well, our colleagues like Mr. Padalica, Mr. Virkovsky, who came to participate, and all others who came at their own expense to participate in this seminar. And we are looking forward to working with you on the implementation. Thanks to the interpreters. It was not an easy task. I am so happy that some of them know our terminology. So that was good. I hope everything was fine in the interpretation. Thanks to the technical staff who are, I don't know whether they're listening to us, but thanks a lot for the organization of everything. And let us close now. We had certain discussions with Trasika on further activities and with some participants, including the participants from Uzbekistan to hold one of the next meetings there, and from Kazakhstan. Another meeting will probably hold there. Thanks to the representative of the port of Baku. And one of the next events that we may organize would be exactly how to link the port community systems information exchange to the other segments of the digital corridor. We will be working on the on a roadmap on how to implement these standards further, and that would be one of the deliverables for high-level events in November here in Baku of SPECA. Well, the forum, there will be 3 events, like a forum, economic forum, which will be an open event, many people can be present. Then there will be a governing council session, and hopefully there will be a high-level, very high-level political meeting. And the topic of the forum is making the SPECA countries a hub, connectivity hub with global outreach. So probably that will be one of the next stops on the movement of our train. Thank you very much. Anybody wanting to say something? Goran?
Just to thank you, Mario, for all this, for running this show. And I think that everything went very well, and we are very pleased to be here. Thank you.